Welcome to Emancipated Studio. Welcome my uncle, Uncle Stu, the old man on the block.
Salute, 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 salute. I want to thank each and every single one of you for out of all of the platforms that you could be looking at today, you chose to come to Uncle Stu's neighborhood right here on the block. And I just want to thank all of my beloved nieces and nephews. I'm going to tell you, I know that I didn't pre-schedule this until early this morning. And so I'm going to explain real quickly why I did this. Yesterday, I happened to be on Candid Ann's platform, and we was talking about communication. We was talking about men and women and learning how to have the conversation so that we can move forward in our lives, in our minds, and in our communities. Then I was on other platforms and where it appeared the similar themes, accusations, and challenges took place. And I am now at a point where I have consistently stated that while my platform is majority of men, and that yes, I am into the empowering of men and trying to educate women to understand the man they love. On Candid Ann's platform, I gave a challenge. And my challenge was if any woman at any time wanted to come up and have the conversation, come have it with Uncle Stu. Come have the tough talk, the tough conversation, as well as let me show you the men who are doing the right things. Because the bottom line is, if we're going to have any problems, we also need to have solutions. That the blame game must end now. But not only is the blame game, everybody needs to understand what's really going on. Sometimes in life, things change, situations change. Sometimes how things were 20 years ago is not the way they are now. It's called evolution. And in this country, we've had an evolution. There are some things we can't go back to. And there are some things, if us older people know, we'll tell you we don't want to go back to those places. We want to keep moving the ball forward. So part of this conversation is moving the ball forward. The second reason for this is to ask you, how are you doing today? How are you really doing today? I don't know if anybody on any one of these platforms just asks about you. How are you doing? If you're doing okay, put a 1 in the chat. But I want you to be honest. If you're not doing okay, put a 2 in the chat. If you're going through something, put a 2 in the chat and let Uncle Stu know, no, I'm not okay today. I'm actually going through. My mind is confused. My heart ain't right. My relationship ain't right. My family ain't right. My car ain't right. My money ain't right. Whatever is not right doesn't take away from who you are. It just admits that, hey, I'm going through. And let's have that conversation too. As you probably all know, some of you being young, we lost a very good actor today. And I'll probably later on give some of you young people an understanding of who Cindy Portier is and what he's done, the struggles he's been through. It's not hard to be the first Black man and have to deal with 2 different communities with 2 totally different expectations. But at the end of his life, we can say he did it. He did it. And so we want to thank him. Why? Because for many of us that are now content creators, those of us that are actors, those of us that are African American men in the entertainment industry, owe a lot to the doors that this man had opened for us, the beatings he has taken for us. I see you, Candid Ann. So we want to salute him. I also want to open up the platform to have a conversation about a word and a situation that I feel we all need to learn. What do you stand for? What do you as an individual stand for? Allow me to explain. My question is, what do you truly value? I am finding that a lot of us needs to learn and stand on what we stand for, not from our emotions, but from our value system. What do you truly value? Do you value marriage? Do you value relationship? Do you value your God? Do you value your money? Do you value your home? What do you value? What are those values? I'm going to talk to the brothers, whether you're listening outside or you're in the chat. One of the things that I love Intentional Millionaire says, whether you got a woman or not, you still got to feed yourself. Whether you got a woman or not, you still got to have a roof over your head. Whether you got a woman or not, you still got to have a healthy and sound mind. So I say to you that we're still going to move the ball forward, whether you got a woman or not. Brothers, we're going to move the ball forward, whether women want to hear you or not. Because at the end of the day, you still got to live for today, for tomorrow, and forevermore until you're in the ground. So we must begin to move the ball forward. Certain messages, certain teachings is not always going to be popular, but they're going to be right. Maybe for some people, you like to see anarchy. That's not what this platform is about. This platform is about having the tough conversations, having the education, and of course, as you know, I love giving interviews to expose you and myself to other people's thoughts, other people's ideas, other people's lives. Because sometimes we look at people, but people all have a story. And sometimes learning other people's stories, other people's lifestyles, other people's ways of thinking can help us to broaden our thinking, and most of the time help us to come together and really be a community of one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link. Candid Ann, if you're still here, let's begin to have that conversation we started on your platform. And let's see if we can get women to come and talk to Uncle Stu and not run away, not make excuses, not tell me about what other people are doing, what other platforms are doing, but what we're doing right here and the work we're doing right here, right now, today, tonight. Normally on a Friday, I'll be wanting to be at home chilling, but I am giving my time, my attention, my ear to hear what you all are saying. So I'm going to drop the link. And for right now, I'm gonna have Candid Ann come up so that for those of you that was not on her platform, you got a little understanding or a little taste or even a little knowledge of exactly what her purpose was, what she got out of it. And again, it's not that I don't want men on here. I'm challenging the women to come and have that conversation. But I'm going to be real bold. After today, I want every man to be a living witness. So when people is running around saying that men are doing this and men are doing that, you can be the witness and say, Uncle Stu opened up his platform to women and nobody showed up. Hey, Candid Ann.
Hello, Uncle Stu. What it do, Uncle Stu?
Hey, at least you know that I made the promise and I fulfilled the promise.
Yes, sir.
I fulfilled the promise. So, Candid Ann, for those that are listening, can you explain exactly what it was you was doing yesterday, what your motivation was, what did you get out of your own life, and for the male side, what would you love for us to try to do to have that conversation to move it forward?
Okay, well, hello everyone, and I thank you once again. I apologize first off for the fact that I'm not cammed up.
No, you're fine.
Thank you. I've busy day today. Had a nor'easter here in Connecticut, and I had to swab noses all day out in the cold. And I'm just now here eating some soup, so I just came by. I didn't want to miss this, so sorry I'm
Right.
not like fully together.
You are fine. You
Thank
are
you.
fine.
So what I was talking about on my platform yesterday was I was talking about how we speak to one another here on YouTube, but also in real life. As we're having these difficult conversations, or even having conversations with our loved ones about things that we might want to correct, things that we feel like, you know what, I see my niece, my nephew, my sister, my cousin doing something wrong, and I have some insight. However, when you know that the person is so volatile that you can't open up your mouth and say, because oftentimes men say, why aren't other women keeping women accountable? And women push back, why aren't the men keeping men accountable? Right. And there's a myriad of reasonings for that. I was just addressing how we speak to one another. Uncle Stu, I'm only 125, 130. I'm 5'7". I can't fight some. I'm not here for fighting, right? So if you're not open to me listening, I'm not about to get into an exchange with you, because I have, by me opening my mouth and saying, hey, sis, hey, brother, this is how you can change something, I have nothing to gain. I'm only here to share and to give. But by putting up a defense, by being so hardcore that I can't share with you, then I'm going to walk away. And so I just wanted us to have a little bit of a conversation about, as we're trying to discuss these difficult things, we're trying to move the needle forward, we're trying to, you know, elevate ourselves and learn from each other, to just that hard layer, that strong person that we try to be on the outside. Oftentimes we're soft and broken and hurt and bleeding on the inside, but no one sees that, because we're all walking around here with this facade that we're so hard. And I just wanted us to listen. I'm not saying to walk around here completely vulnerable and to be taken advantage of, but there are moments when you know Uncle Stu's got your back. Why not just take a moment to listen to Uncle Stu regarding a question that you might have? Your husband is telling you he doesn't like the way that he speaks to you. Is that valid? You're always getting into arguments with work with your other coworkers. Why is that? Why always you? At some point, we got to take a look at ourselves and ask these introspective questions so that we can start to learn from each other, grow, live better lives. So I want people to take a little bit of accountability for the way that we speak to one another. I also wanted to say that I understand 100% that If you guys don't know, I'm a nurse. And so there are situations in which we have to scream out code blue. There's no time for all that softness. We got to be hardcore. We got to move. You need direction. Fall in line. I get it. But when we're having one-to-one conversations, is that always necessary? Why are we so easy? It takes just nothing for us to go from 0 to 100. So that's what a little bit that I want to talk about. I want you, and this is not about male versus female, to be honest with you. This is about relationships. This is about mother and daughters, fathers and sons, talking to, women to women, men to men. I've seen men on here telling other men that they're acting within their feminine energy if they express any kind of emotion. That's from man to man. That's not even another woman, which I find disrespectful because what are men robots? Men don't have emotions. They're not allowed to express themselves. So I just wanted to talk a little bit. That was what my platform yesterday with my live stream was about. And you graced me with your presence. And, that's what this was about.
What did for those that wasn't there yesterday, OG Patrice and I did come up on your platform, and we kind of, I said what I had to say, and then OG expressed things she had to say, and then we ended up communicating with a lot of people in the chat, but we couldn't get nobody in the chat to come up to have the conversation. None of us was yelling on your platform. Nobody was sitting there playing blame game. Nobody was sitting there finger pointing. We was all trying to have the conversation.
Correct.
What did you get out of it? Because I made it clear that I will have an open platform and have this tough conversation today.
So, I'm new to the live streaming, and I don't have, even though in numbers I have more subscribers, but it's really meaningless because I haven't been putting in the work such as you have.
Right.
So I don't have I know the numbers look skewed, but I don't have as big of a following as you do. I don't have as big of a team as a network here on YouTube than you do. So I'm not 100% sure that people are familiar with me being a live streaming YouTuber.
Okay.
However, there are other times that, like, even putting that to the side, like, we're gonna table that. There are times, you're right. There are times where you're on a panel and people are in the comment section and they won't cam up, and it's like, what is the point of the conversation? Because sometimes we have good intentions when you're reading something, and it might, I'm not saying it is or isn't, but there is the possibility that you're kind of reading it wrong, that I could be reading it wrong. I know that's happened to me. And so I think that sometimes when you're commenting in the comment section, sometimes it's worthwhile to come on up, cam up, or at least lend your voice to the panel so that we can get some clarification. Otherwise, it seems like you're just, sometimes the perception can be that you're just making points to be argumentative.
Although I'm a male dominated platform, from your point of view, what can I do? Because I always say I'm here to serve. So what else can I do to get women to maybe hear with intelligence what men are saying and how we can move the ball forward?
So, the thing about this, Uncle Stu, it's funny to me how you how you are the one to want to open up this conversation. It's just really funny to me because you are different. You are different. And I think that you're doing the right thing. I don't really have any pushback in terms of what you can do. You've opened, I know for me, I've experienced it firsthand. You literally just left the entire panel and put a bunch of women on, and we just discussed what we had to discuss. So I can bear witness to, you're a man that walks the walk and talk, or talks the talk and walks the walk. So, as it pertains to allowing women to hear their voice. I don't know. I don't know if I have the answer for that, Uncle Stu. I don't know. I wish that other people, maybe other women, can come up and tell me what they want to see from men, what they want to see from other content creators that are men. Because from my experience, as it pertains to you, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Vaughn. Just drop the link. Candidate made a call. So for this moment, let me hear from women, any women at the sound of my voice. What do you want me as a content creator, as a man, as someone who God has blessed to be able to lead men on this platform? And I'm gonna tell you something. Let me put this up here. I hear you, but this is why I did this. Because there was some Big Bad Bull said. Let me put up. Big Bad Bull made a statement yesterday. And this was the other reason why I came and opened up this platform. And the statement was, ladies, give Uncle Stu the opportunity to have the conversation with you. Give him the opportunity. Show up and show out. And guess what? I opened up the platform. Big Bad Bull made a statement in the comment. I broadcasted this at around 2:30. Big Bad Bull was on this platform around 4 o'clock, letting me know he was here. And like I said, I want men, even though it's only 12 seeing, if you see this in the after stream, I want y'all to document this day to say Uncle Stu opened up his platform to have women come on and have the conversation. So the next time they running around these YouTube streets saying what they're saying, you can say, you know what? Uncle Stu's been doing it, but y'all running. Therefore, I don't see that you really want the conversation or you really want healing. All you want to do is run around blaming Kevin Samuels, blaming everybody for the problems that you do not want to fix. I don't want to keep having relationship conversations. Trust and believe. Why? Because as far as my black men go, and I'm going to just be racial for a minute, there's a whole lot of things that black men need to be doing than to be worrying about who loves them. I need black men to get to, for certain groups, not all, but for certain groups of black men, I need to go ahead and get that bag up. Let's get this OVIC. Let's go get and let's travel. Let's go see other states. Let's go see other cities. Let's go see other countries. And that's not for other women. And I want that narrative to stop too. I want brothers to know. Me and Vaughn just had a conversation where people don't even go to another state, yet alone outside the country. I'm going to continue to elevate my brothers, the ones that need more elevation. Maybe you got a business. Now it's time to expand your business. Maybe you're 20 and you don't know where to get value systems from. We are living in a pandemic, and maybe you don't know what to do in your life because you can't do the things that normal people would have been able to do if they wasn't in this situation. As Intentional Millionaire says, and I'm going to repeat it again, whether you got a woman in your life, you still got to have a sound mind. Whether you got a woman in your life, you still got to eat. Whether you got a woman in your life, you still got to be able to be prosperous. So regardless of a woman, you still got to be good. You still got to be good.
But Uncle Stu, is this about men and men against women to you? Because for me, the conversation was not necessarily about like male versus females. The conversation was about us talking to one another, whether it's brother to brother, sister to sister, daughter to child, mother to child. I'm sorry, mother to child. Like we have so many people here. I see B9 Nizzle in there. He talks about crypto. Uncle Stu, let me ask you, have you ever had a situation in which, you're an older gentleman, you're an old man on the block, you come with wisdom. Have you ever experienced, and I know the answer to this already, but I'm just follow me
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no
Have you ever
problem.
had a situation in which you see something that's wrong, but if you were to approach a certain person, they're going to come at you with all this hostility when you have nothing to gain. You only want to help. You have absolutely nothing to gain by giving someone a piece of information or some insight, but you already know because of their disposition, it's not worth the trouble for you. Have you ever experienced something like that?
I have.
And that's the problem. And
Mhm.
that is the problem. So for me, the conversation was not, and I appreciate that uh, part of this is man to women and relationships or whatever, but this is about how can I learn from Intentional Millionaire? How can I learn from Before the Billions? How can I learn from the Lead Attorney? How can I learn from Uncle Stu, Sir Hale? How can I learn from B9 Nizzle? How can I learn from Vaughn? How can I learn from these people if I'm just this hard shell that's impenetrable because I'm standing on my square and I refuse to take in any information? What would make them what would force them to come and push their information onto me if they only want to help? They have nothing to gain. And I have everything to gain. The only thing I have to lose is my attitude. If I can just put that down for a minute. I have so much to
Look, I'll
gain.
go let everybody marinate on that. That right there was good. What do I have to lose but my attitude?
And so
And
that's
I'm
what I'm talking about. It's not,
mhm.
like I said, for me, it really wasn't about, men versus women, but it's about all of our relationships and just growing because I know there's so much information. If you look at YouTube, there is so much information that people have about things that I never knew about.
Mhm.
And if I can just open up a little bit, just a little bit. Hey, from the privacy of your house, this is comfortable. I'm having some pho soup right here. Like, I'm comfortable. I'm warm. There's so much to learn if you can just drop the attitude for a moment.
Yeah. The reason that I do interviews is for that very reason. Um, I do interviews because it allows me to talk to a myriad of people who come from all kinds of backgrounds and to hear their story, just to hear their story. And hopefully it's the example of how do you have conversation? How do you talk to people? How do you question people? How do you handle conflict? How do you do all of these different things? So you're right. It's not all the when I say relationship, how do you have a relationship with just yourself? How do you have a relationship with just you? When you're alone, when no one's looking, who are you? Can you be at peace with yourself for 1 hour a day? Some
Well,
people can't do
apparently
that.
not, because here during this situation, we're seeing, I can't say some of these words, but as you know, the healthcare, mental health has really been exposed because people are not able to live with themselves. The
Hmm.
lies that we walk around here telling each other, like when you're by yourself, you know that those lies aren't real.
Yeah. And that's why I'm here. That's why I feel in this day, in this hour, in this season that I'm here. The Bible says, whom he calls, he qualifies, and whom he qualifies, he shall raise up, and he will be the one to glorify. So my whole attitude is let's raise up a standard and have that standard. Like I said, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for Big Bad Bull. There was a lady named there's a lady named Lucchese. Lucchese gave me some books. We ordered the books. We got them. So we're about to read and study some books that she has. So like I said, in a few, Vaughn's probably going to drop the stream again just to see who wants to come up. Right now, I did say I want to hear female, and then I'm going to drop it for my brothers. Salute, salute to Tough Love. You know, that, if I use the theme of tough love, let's have the conversation. So my attitude is, let's have the conversation. Um, but if you open up the door to have the tough conversation and no one shows up, now I can't say no one's showing up now, but if you have the tough conversation and no one shows up, then I'm always going to ask, if I say, as an example, let me use Vaughn. If I say and say, well, I don't like the way Vaughn mustache is. Vaughn say, well, I don't like the shirt Uncle Stu got. But we never talk. How the heck do we understand what each other would like and don't like? That's where I get the issues when it comes to men. That's why I said part of this conversation is, what do you stand for? What is your values? Because if you stand for something, you'll fall. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything. But everybody ain't got to like your value system, as long as you know what you value. And it's all right to change your value. Stand on your values. Stand on what you about. When we went into the military, they told us military code of justice, and then they gave us things that we as military people supposed to value. Those are the things that we stand on. When we say no man left behind, doesn't just mean MAN, there's women too, but we stand on that code that no matter what's happening, where we at anywhere in this world, whether you lost a leg, an arm, whatever body parts, you will not be left in that country. You will not be left in those woods. You will not be left at sea. You're not going to be left behind. And I'm saying to everybody in this chat, those values has not left me. I can't leave you behind. I can't leave you behind. If you don't know how to read, I can't leave you behind as illiterate. I can't leave you behind if you ain't never heard love before. I can't leave you behind without love. I can't leave you behind in brokenness. I can't leave you behind in hurt and misery. I can't leave you behind.
But so here's the thing, Uncle Stu. Well, while you feel that way, and that's certainly admirable, if you had, for instance, this, I'm gonna make up an imaginary situation.
Sure.
You have 5 children, all right? You love
Mhm.
all of your kids the same. You absolutely adore them, and you're trying to save as many kids as you possibly can. But one is fighting you, scratching, biting, kicking, creating confusion, right? At some point, you might have to entertain the idea that in order to save the 4, I might have to let this one go. I'm not saying that you don't love that one and it's not important to you, but that one is going to be a detriment to the entire family. And so what I'm saying is, if we can get that one corrected, because we do care and we do love, you don't want to leave this person behind. But if we can recognize, if we can fix the attitude, the cry, if we can figure out what is it that's bothering them, then maybe we can also get that person to fall in line also. But Black men are leaving us as Black women because they're sick of our mouths, and they should feel that way. They should. I can't I can't sit here and condone a man for being upset for wanting to divest if he can't even get a smile, he can't even get a plate. Your attitude is like, and in addition to that, women also have the right to say, I don't like the way that you're speaking to me, because oftentimes we hear in the manosphere, why do I have to temper my speech? Just take it. I'm telling you the facts. I'm telling you the
Mhm.
truth. So
Okay.
why should I have to pander to your feelings? Right? But if you want me to control my supposed venomous tongue that's creating psychological damage, I would only expect you to, hey, be the leader you claim to be, and temper your speech a little bit. Help me out. Show me in kindness and in love why I'm messing up. Because if we just go head to head and battle for battle, like we're not gonna get anywhere. Right. So this, for me, the conversation really is about, and I'm not saying that you have to, like, kowtail to every woman that you see out there. I think certainly sometimes, hey, you got to walk away for your own mental sanity. I get it. But at some point, I wish that we can just take an introspective look at ourselves and start thinking, did I lose out on information because of my disgusting disposition, because of my attitude, because of my tongue? Because that takes me doing work on myself. Uncle Stu, as much as you might not want to leave me behind, if I'm biting, scratching, spewing vitriol, at some point you're going to say, I had enough. Even though your heart is in the right place, wouldn't you not say, I got my family, I got my kids, I can't deal with this anymore? So I want us to take a look at ourselves and just watch the way we talk to one another. Let's talk about these important things. And sometimes, look, we get excited. I'm not saying we can't get excited and tell the raw truth. I'm just saying the name calling, the telling another man that he's feminine within his feminine energy, calling people not their names, but some kind of, another name that's disrespectful. We're so much more powerful together than we are apart. So that's really what I want to get to. That's really what, for me, the conversation was about.
What I'm going to do, Vaughn, continue to, gentlemen, I want you to be a little patient with Uncle Stu. I'm having a tough conversation. I'm asking women to come to the panel. Just to get you caught up, we're talking about the conversation where, first of all, it's communication with everyone. It's communication with everyone. In theory, I wanted this conversation almost narrowed because one of the things that I get tired, this is just me, so I want everybody to know this is just Uncle Stu talking. I get tired of women telling me about all the 3,000 panels that happens in the manosphere. I'm tired of women telling me that men is this and men is that, and bringing up content creators that, in my opinion, I don't know why you hate them, but let's have the conversation with a grown man that has grown kids. Let's have the conversation. So now here's a man where you won't get cussed out on his panel. You won't get beat up on his panel. Let's have the conversation, because my attitude is either we're going to have the conversation or you want to stay in the mess and keep on complaining. Either you want to stay in the mess, keep on complaining. I agree with something that Candidate said, and this is the part I agree. Either you stay in the mess, and when I say to men, leave, pack your bags and leave, I don't want to hear your mouth. She's right. If it was for you and one of you is fighting me, I'm going to save the three and you're going to die in your misery. You can sit here and complain and holler and scream and pout and say some toxicity that happened in the 50s and try to put it on these men today. You can say all of that. But if Uncle Stu, a grown man, is trying to tell you how to do the right thing and you still want to continue in your mess, it ain't on me anymore. When I am now setting another example of a man who's given up his platform, and I'm saying as to you, come up here and have the conversation. I'm not even asking you to cam up. I'm not even asking you to cam up. So I wanted to be on record again. Uncle Stu done open up his platform for the women. So when y'all out there in them YouTube streets and these women talking about, oh, the men this, men that, I want every man to put it in bold letters in anybody's chat. Uncle Stu opened up his platform for the women, and these young women didn't show up. And you brothers can let them know, just like Big Bad Bull said, go to Uncle Stu platform. When he got a live, go over there. Go talk to him. Go ask him the question. Don't run in his chat, because then you're going to deal with Vaughn. You're going to deal with Wally. You're going to deal with Brown Eyes, because I'm not going to continue to talk back and forth in the chat room. I'm a grown man. You want to be a grown woman? Let's have a grown man, grown woman conversation. My men come on the platform. They cam up. They show up. and they're learning. So when you tell me ain't no good men, sorry, ladies, I'm showing you good men every single week. Men who ain't out there trying to just dog women. Men who ain't out there pumping and dumping. Some of my men want to be married. Some of my men is doing right. Some of my men who not doing right want to learn how to be right. I got men who are content creators. One young man just hit 2,000K today. Salute to him. Data engineer, he already hit his 1K. Salute to him. I got people like, and I'm not even gonna name them out. They know who they are. I got men in this chat that can teach you crypto and making big money doing crypto. I got men that has deep thinking thoughts. So come on, let's have a conversation. Empire of Jesus Christ World Evangelism, I appreciate your patience. Leslie Jenkins, I see you. Empire of Jesus Christ World Evangelism, salute to you. And again, thank you for giving me the praise on the 1K. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Can you hear me well?
I can. You're a little low, but I can hear you.
Okay, let me just try to come a little bit closer because this is shampoo day for my hair. Shampoo evening.
It's all right. My brothers go to the real barbershop. You know, they get it done. They get it in, so they good.
Yes. But yes, congratulations to you, Uncle Stu. I'm so
Thank
happy
you.
for you.
Thank
And
you.
you have absolutely been doing the work. I remember when you came on with TLA. I think I remember the first or second time you were on with him, and you. Okay, that was a journey. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? But to God be the glory for the work.
Yes,
So
thank you.
I am absolutely excited that you are. I'm absolutely excited that God has placed you where you are, because my situation was that there was a lot of men that were in the manosphere as I'm learning these technological.
You're moving around, aren't you? Are you moving around?
You know what? I want to put my headset on. That's what I'm trying to do. Let me put my headset on. I think
Okay.
that'll be
What
better.
I'm going to do is
Can you hear me
I'm going
now?
to mute you.
Can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. So my thing is this: there was a lot of men in the manosphere. I
Mhm.
think what Sister Candid and was speaking about also, and like I run a business, and I'm an evangelist and pastor, so I wasn't in the cyber streets like that.
Mhm.
But when I came across TLA, and and the wisdom and what he was trying to articulate to the men, I kind of stopped and said, let me see what he's talking about. Because from what I would see, it was a lot of bashing, a lot of insults. Nobody wants to come on anyone's platform and
Mhm.
be insulted. Nobody wants to come and be treated like, and I don't care how much knowledge you have, because I don't come on platforms to give my opinion. My opinion doesn't mean much because everybody has one. So then, yeah. So then I simply come to give the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is, what did God have to say on the situation?
Mhm.
And just like you said earlier, or you just finished saying, that you have to, some folks have to leave. You have to get toxicity out. It doesn't matter if it's in your family or out of your family. You can pray for people. You can even fast for them. But even the
Mhm.
Bible says that shun the very appearance of evil. So it comes to a certain point where if someone doesn't want to help themselves, you will go down with them if you don't know when to come out of that situation and
Mhm.
let go and let God.
Mhm.
So many of these platforms of the so-called manosphere, honestly, as a fasting and praying woman myself, and everybody better be fasting and praying now, if you know like I know, they are talking and speaking many times from a place of pain. And as a spiritual woman, I can feel that pain. I can feel it. I can see it. And they're some of them, they even take you back to the situation that happened to them, and they relive the pain all over again. Some of them didn't may not have grown up with their mother, or their mother, even DMX. I listened to one of his interviews, and he was talking about how one day he came home and he brought his report card, and or something like that, and he got an A on I think it was a test, and he was so excited, and his mother absolutely dismissed it, could care less. And that was one of the things, that he did. He remembers that it was traumatizing. He ripped it up and went into the streets, and the rest was history.
Mhm.
So, individuals have to understand that our lifestyle, our childhoods, absolutely affect us. And that if we don't get back to our creator, if we don't reestablish that relationship with God for ourselves, as we are navigating through this satanic programmed system, then we can absolutely be destroyed in this satanic system. And this is what we're seeing happen worldwide now. The world is absolutely out of control. It's absolutely out of order. I just preached a message on, I think it was Sunday or Wednesday, and it was entitled Pimp Pastors / Prophets in the Pulpit. TikTok, time is up. The time is up. So, but if you don't read your Bible, you won't know that God already warned us about pastors that would not be real. So, to people who don't know the truth, and you don't take time to do your research, everything will be astonishing to you, because you simply don't have the particular knowledge. So at the end of the day, I am absolutely elated that, as the man of God that you are, I'm praying that you will cry loud and spare not. Let these brothers know at the end of the day, this is the order. God is the head of Christ. Christ is the head of the man. The man is the head of the wife. That is the order. There's no way that you can go around it. There's no way that you can't get around it. That is the order that God has set up. And anyone in any that's out of that order, you're going to get what you get, because he set that up that way. And I had to say, unfortunately, in one of my messages, individuals have made the almighty vagina their God, and they have made the almighty penis their God, and that's why they're getting what they're getting. Because a vagina can't get a prayer through. A penis can't get a prayer through. What happens when your family comes down with COVID? What happens if your mother is diagnosed with something? At the end of the day, you need to be able to get a prayer through. Those genitals don't get prayers through. So all of us, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come back. All roads lead back to Jehovah God through his son, Jesus Christ. You can't get
Let
around
me let me ask you a question, because there's several, you said several things, and it's definitely not a debate, because you said something about order. And one of the things that, because yes, I am an ear to the manosphere, absolutely. I support the manosphere, absolutely. I support a lot of the things that's going on in the manosphere, absolutely. Why? Because I understand and live the history of what it means to be a black man in America. I live some of the things that my brothers has been through. I haven't been through everything. I know that the numbers has changed from the time I was in my 20s to them being in their 20s. I have a lot of African American men. Very quickly, let me give a quick commercial break. Lucchese, I want you to know that your book is on the way, and the other one is in my nook. So I will be starting to read those books that you sent me immediately. So any book that you have, any knowledge, self help, whatever, send it to me. Uncle Stu loves to read. I just had to shout my niece out because she makes sure that Uncle Stu is well educated. Thank you, Lucchese.
Can I make a comment about what she just dropped in the chat about the religion?
Where are we at? I didn't see nothing about the religion.
She said this is going way over my head. I wish I knew more about religion to understand.
What? Okay. What time?
Lucchese at 7 minute, or is that 7:54?
Oh, okay. Lucchese, really, because you came late. She's speaking only from her understanding that from a Christian perspective. This really isn't about religion. This is more about communication. So this is really about everyone being able to communicate, and they're just coming from various perspectives. So you just happen to come in when the evangelists are speaking. So she's coming from a Christian biblical perspective, where Candid Ann was coming from a different perspective. So each one, I now have 4 women on this panel. So they're all coming from a different perspective. So I'm listening to all of the perspectives. That's why I wanted to stop that one, Candid Ann, because I know Lucchese's Catholic. So, I didn't want her to think this was a religious panel.
Right. And the thing is, as much I want to, I'm not going to
go ahead.
belabor this, but can you please put the names up so I can see a world evangelist? I don't want to mess up the name here. The Empire of Jesus Christ World Evangelism. So just to let you know that I appreciate your messaging. However, for me, and this is like Uncle Stu said, we all have a different perspective.
Mhm.
I don't necessarily know, for me, let me just say, like, my husband, I'm married and my husband doesn't believe in God.
Mhm.
Right? And whether you believe in God or not, I don't think that it is asking too much of anyone to have some decorum, to speak to your brothers, to speak to your sisters, to speak to your daughter, your father, your son, or whomever with respect. Now, I get it that you are Bible based, and I 100% respect that. Just for me, I want people to know that this is possible for everybody. If religion takes you there and that's what you need, no worries. Got it, no problem. But even if you don't believe in God, there is something that you can at least take away from the fact that you want someone to speak to you with respect, right? So therefore, why not go ahead and treat the other person with some measure of respect? So that's all I want to say. I appreciate your perspective, and I respect it. I just wanted to say that this is not necessarily for me, like Uncle Stu said about religion, although there is also a place that religion and can play in this.
And let me just say, speak to that candid end. You're absolutely right, and that's why I agreed with you relative to the manosphere and individuals speaking from a place of pain. Thus, the reason that some individuals were cursed out, or were hung up on, or were disrespected. So I'm in total agreement with you, Candid Ann, on that aspect. And
let me ask you a question, because there's a word that you keep that I hear a lot of women say, and I'm going to stand and kind of push back on that word. What's the difference between a man having standards and value, and all of a sudden he's hurt because he's now saying, I now want to be a man of standard, and my standard is that I want a woman who will operate and cooperate with me? What is wrong with a man that now says, I have a political right, according to the Constitution of the United States of America, to speak with a understanding? Why does he have to be hurt? Because he wants to have standards in his life, because he has developed his mind, his money, his community. Therefore, he is a standard bearer. Why, when men say they have a standard, women say he is hurt?
Can
I
I
don't
talk
think
about
that,
that?
like,
Can I answer that question? And
yeah,
Uncle Stu, with all respect, I'm gonna hit you real hard right now, okay?
hit me,
I
hit
want you to
me,
know that I love you. I'm gonna
hit
preface
me.
this with I love you because I'm gonna hit you with, your mentor made a video. Your mentor made a video about why do Black women hate themselves because we wear unnatural, because we wear someone else's hair. Your mentor said on that video that I hate myself because I decide to wear a wig or something other than my hair? Now I love him. I love him because I think that he is so much more than that one video. And I'll say this because just because I disagree with one or two things about a YouTuber does not mean I don't support that brother. I am still subscribed and I'll still be watching because there's so much more that he brings to the table than just that one comment or that one video that I happen to disagree with. But did you stand up, Uncle Stu, and go into the comment section? Did you stand up, Uncle Stu, and talk to that man and say women love their hair, women love themselves? Just because we rock unnatural hair doesn't mean that I don't love myself. That's what the comment. That's what he made. That's the video that he made. We do not love ourselves as Black women because we're wearing unnatural hair. Did you say anything about that, Uncle Stu?
Yeah, I
I
have a.
love you. I love you. I want to
I
say I
know
love you.
you're good. I have. No, you're good. You're good. That's a good
Okay.
question. I have his
So
personal
these are the
number.
things that I'm talking about. These are the things
Yeah,
that
no,
women
no,
are
you're
talking
good.
about.
You're absolutely good, and I'm going to answer that. I have his personal number, so yeah, we've had some personal conversations about several things that has taken place. So to answer your question, yes. Sometimes you'll even hear me say, I have backdoor conversations with people based on whether they did something publicly. So sometimes correction can be corrected publicly. Some correction has to be corrected privately. So I have to discern, just like, let's say, for
But he
example,
made a public video. Why not address it publicly? If he made that video public, why did you not cam up or why did you not go in the comment section and defend us as women that we do love
I
ourselves? You
wasn't
have
on the,
daughters.
when that comment was made, I wasn't on the platform.
Okay.
I was doing something totally. A
But
lot of
this
times
just
I'm not in.
I'm just writing you for
I
a little
got
bit.
No, you're fine. And you're fine. You're absolutely fine. In other words, what you're saying is when I'm on somebody's platform and they say something, whether they're my mentor or another
Yes.
man, do I check them?
Yes, that's the
Gotcha.
point.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a fair assessment. I'm letting you know I spoke to him in the back scene because I was not on that live when that comment was made, just like I wasn't on the live when other situations went down as well.
Right. And so
You
I'm not
understand?
pressing him
So
too
not
much because I
no,
do
no,
enjoy him.
it's a good statement.
I
You're
do
it's
enjoy
a
him,
good
but these
yeah,
are the
it's a
things
good
that women are
statement.
talking about when they say that no one is defending us. These men are out here making these videos about us. These are some, and I can go on and flip it to the other side and talk about some of the things that we
Right.
do as women that the men are correct.
And that's exactly what I'm about to do. You have a right to say that, and I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad everybody got my response.
Yes, sir.
So let
But
me flip it again. The reason, evangelist, I kind of push back on the word hurt is because what a lot of my men is saying, a lot of women is saying this is fresh ears. And what I try to explain to women is fresh ears because for 15 years, almost 20, I'm 54, we have not been able to talk. We have not been able to speak. We have not been able to live. And these are exactly the conversations I am speaking on. So just as what Candid Ann had to say, my argument is Uncle Stu is here. Have the conversation with me. Don't have the conversation with El Guapo. Don't have the conversation with Kevin Samuels. Don't have the conversation with all these other people that everybody is upset with. Come have the conversation with Uncle Stu.
and let me just speak to that question that you prefaced earlier. We're talking about two different kinds of men. There are two different kinds of men that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the ones that said, okay, I know I need to change my life. I'm going to change my life. I'm going to put in standards.
Mhm.
Because all of us, at the end of the day, all of us, the goal is to evolve. I have to be better than I was 15 years ago. I have to be better than I was 10 years ago. We should be better than we were 5 years ago. So I'm talking about two different sets of men. Okay. So the men that are saying, okay, I have to put some standards. I was wiling out in my teens. I was wiling out in my 20s. Let me put some respect on myself. Let me put some respect on what I do. Let me put some respect on this. I'm not talking about those men. I applaud those men. Obviously, you are even one of those men. You gave your testimony several times on
Yeah,
platform.
I'm the black man who is a victim of domestic violence, and the church told me over and over what did I do to cause that victimization.
Exactly.
I'm the black man that had to fight for custody of my own child, and the only reason why I was able to get her was because the mother had mental health issues. I am the black man that black women don't speak to, and I am a veteran of the United States Army. I'm not going to separate myself from the black men in the manosphere, because guess what? Unless I would do the things that I'm doing, I would be getting cussed out just like Kevin Samuels get cussed out by 20-year-olds. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I agree with all 100 things that goes on in the manosphere. No, I'm not going to say that. There isn't very few men that's going to say we agree with 100% of everything. But I will boldly say on record, I am every one of these men. I am the hurt man, the healed man, the lonely man, the painful man, the angry man, the sad man, and the leveled up man. I am all of those things. I have transformed and renewed my mind. I have said at the very beginning, I am the man that is going to teach and educate, stand on your values. And I think too many times I can't separate myself. I have to stand for what is right, what is wrong, and even be willing, as Candid Ann says, be willing to be corrected in certain situations.
How
I
did you
can't,
renew your mind? How did you renew your mind? What were some of the tools that you used to renew your mind?
that's a long story, and I got two other women
No,
on.
just give me one or two instances. How did you renew your mind? I'm sure one of them was through prayer. I'm sure one of them was through reading your Bible. Just give me one or
Now,
two bullet
if you really
points,
want to know, I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
please.
There's a woman that's getting ready to come on my platform. Her name is Shalakemia. Shalakemia was the one that helped me get out of red pill rage. She was the woman that helped me get out of red pill rage, hear her testimony. And that is one of the reasons why I was able to get out of red pill rage. Because I'm not going to lie to you, I reject the church. I rejected its structure, even though I got a degree in theology.
Okay.
I rejected every single thing any woman had to say to me. I was that red pill rage.
Uh,
You asked me what I did.
mhm.
It was because I found this female on YouTube, and
Okay.
she made some statements, and that's how my mind became renewed.
Well, guess what? I've rejected some of the things of the church also, but one thing that I will never reject is Jehovah God and his son Jesus Christ. I had to walk away from churches also, but I'll
Okay,
never I'll
but
never walk away from God, and he helped me to renew my mind. I was in the entertainment
okay,
industry.
but guess what? A lot of my men, and some of the women, a lot of my men and some of the women would not want to hear from a bunch of religious people.
Me either. I'm not
Stop,
religious.
stop,
I
stop.
agree.
And so
I agree.
I have to speak the language of the people that has come here to hear me.
Uh,
I honor I'm glad that I got the 1,000, but I'm honored every moment that somebody says, I'm going to take 10 minutes of my time. I'm going to take 15 minutes of my time, and I'm going to hear what Uncle Stu has to say. I am very humbled that I got a bunch of people who want to listen to a 54-year-old man And I am extremely humble that I got people that is saying we honor his platform and what he stands for, that he is willing to have the tough conversations and listen. And I think that this is one of the reasons why, I brought Candid Ann on and as the initiator, because I'm honest. Candid Ann started this conversation. She started this conversation on her platform.
Right.
And let's be honest, on her platform, she's probably going to draw more women than she's going to draw more men. Then it was also initiated by Big Bad Bull, who said to women, come on to Uncle Stu's platform. He's going to open up that platform. He's going to bust open the door and allow women to come in. The mere fact that Candid Ann was even able to say what she said should show women, hey, Uncle Stu is open. If you got a criticism, he can take criticism. But what I'm saying is,
Yes.
I don't want to have a religious platform right now. What do I mean by religion? Because people need to be open. Everybody is not going to believe, let's say, the way I believe, or the way you believe, or heck, the way my brother we ain't signing believes. They're not. So we don't try to push our ideology and say this is the only way. Once we do that, we're going to kill somebody. I don't want to kill nobody. What
Uncle
I
Stu,
want to do,
I'm on your platform. I come on your
I know, but
platform as a guest. I'm
no,
the
no, no, no,
Empire
no,
of
no.
Jesus Christ, world evangelism. So you know what I'm coming with. I'm coming with the Christ. So listen, I'm in agreement with you. I
Right.
don't push anything on anybody. I have my platform. It is a church. Whosoever will, let them come. You pulled me up on your platform. I gave you my opinion. Period. That's
Good.
my opinion. And my
Okay.
opinion is, the world is out of order. And there is an order in the Bible, and a lot of people don't know that order, right? So I met you through TLA, okay?
Mhm.
And TLA lets everybody say what they want. That's why he's successful. And that's why his platform is successful. So I got no issues here. Okay. I'm
All
on the
right.
same page with you.
You got it.
I said congratulations to you when I
Thank
first came
you.
on. So I got no issues here. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
You know I'm too
I
blessed to
am
be
I
stressed.
am
You know
so
this.
thank you. I thank you. Leslie Jenkins, you have been
Thank you.
thank you.
God
All
bless
right,
you.
Leslie. You have been extremely patient. Um, I just want my brothers in the chat. If y'all got them hand clap, y'all know how to do them hand. Everybody throw just a hand clap in the chat, because this should be a great learning experience for all of us. That I got women on this panel. So this we having that conversation.
How are you?
Miss Jennings, how
Can you hear
are
me?
you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you turn your volume up just a little bit?
Okay, because I turned it down because I was the audience was a little,
Okay.
is that better?
Yes, I can. Chat, can you hear her? Can at least one or two people give me a one in the chat?
I'll adjust it.
Miss Page, I appreciate your patience.
Hi, Miss Page. Okay. Uncle Stu,
Yes.
I came on. I usually come in and I'm in the bushes and I watch and check on you and since your first show and then I shoot out and look at the other channels. You're a baby, 54 years old. Um, from
That
my perspective, I'm
well,
like,
I'll put it like this. I had a man on that was 65, and somebody said I looked like his nephew and he was the uncle.
there you go. And I appreciate you have a lady named LaCasey, who you said she's of the Catholic faith. I'm familiar
Yes.
with that. I'm a practicing Muslim. Says Friday, Saturday.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah.
Walaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay. And I also read the Bible. I read the Holy Quran. We acknowledge the scriptures in the Torah.
Yes.
I came on because I heard you say tired. You're tired. Don't get
Yes.
tired. We have an obligation to to enlighten the next generation. Keep talking. Uh, Candid Ann, she knows, just keep talking. Be patient, persevere, and pray. I don't care what faith you are, pray. That's the most important thing. That's why you had the you needed the red pill. You just pray.
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself, I don't care what faith, just hold your hand, just let him do what he has to do. I visited several channels in this YouTube world, and I've only been to this YouTube world for the last couple of months. Before you started your channel, I think I saw you on the lead attorney one episode where you announced you're having a show.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the other channels, for whatever reason, I've listened to people cussing. I'm saying nicely, cussing and fussing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking women who curse a man out, call them out of their name, and I've heard women call other women out of their name for whatever reason, for whatever
Mm-hmm.
channel. I think if people don't want to put the religion as a big thing, they're trying.
Hold on one second. I don't mean to cut you off. What I'm hearing from the chat is your volume is still low. Are
Oh,
you able to
sure.
because see, I got big studio speakers so I can hear it, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got a headphone, but they can't hear you clearly.
Okay,
So if there's a way you can either come closer to the mic, um, to speak a little bit louder.
okay. Is that better?
Chat, is that a little bit better?
Maybe my headphone microphone was moving around. Is that better?
I'm waiting to get a response because sometimes a delay between me and the chat itself.
Okay,
But go ahead and continue speaking, and then they'll let me know.
okay. What I've noticed is that there are women who, for whatever reason, they think they can go toe to toe with a man, but they're doing it virtually. If you were in face to face with the man, it wouldn't be the same thing. So a lot of times, women are taking advantage of the virtual life. I think
Mm.
the problem, what's going on now, is people. I don't know where you all from, but I know when I go outside, I say, "Good morning, how y'all doing?" And I'm not from the South. I'm of Geechee blood, but this is how we were raised. You get if you take a subway train or you take public transportation, do people speak to one another? Do they say, "Excuse me, how you doing? Can I help you?" People are not. The people are always onto the telephone, the social media device. We're losing touch with one another. If you don't want to follow a faith, follow the Ten Commandments. That's the start. That's a given. I think that we women need to be held accountable for how we speak because when we're angry, when we start fussing and fighting, we do damage to our bodies. And we're no good for our children. And we're no good for our community. Our community is falling because women are not learning how to have patience, how to persevere and not be so angry. This is what I'm seeing on the virtual world, on the virtual streets. Now, there's some men that I've seen in some channels that if I had a hat, I tip my hat to and I applaud. They've come a long way and they have a message to deliver. If but the women let the men lead us through and support the men. While we're sitting here having problems, and I'm assuming most of us are people of color, we're not noticing what's going on in the real world with the Supreme Courts and the Congress and not even the presidency, but the people around presidents. We're being attacked culturally. I did see on one channel where there was an older woman who was talking to, it was just a bunch of women talking, and she was explaining to them what her female elders taught her. I watched her share that wisdom with them in a nice, calm, no cursing way. We women need to know how to speak to women. We women need to know how to pray together for the same goodness. We women need to know how to pray for our men. to protect our men. In so doing, we protect ourselves. This is all I wanted to come and say. I mean, there's a lot more, but I promised myself when we started with this plague of the Rona, I said, I will not stop talking to people, to my people. I'm not going to stop looking back to say, are you guys okay? I will not bash a black man or a black woman, child, or anybody else on YouTube streets because they look different, they act different, they speak different. What did I do, Uncle Stu? I got on the virtual channels. I started learning the urban language that my kids speak. You know that they would know, rather not speak, but they would know
Mhm.
better than I would. But when I started listening to that, and I started going to channels that have hip hop lyrics, I felt the pain. I remember what my parents were trying to teach me about the 60s and whatever through
Mhm.
Gil Noble, if you remember that gentleman.
I do.
I remember why we did what we did, and a lot of us are forgetting. The church was involved, and the church was real. And there's
Mhm.
still good preachers. Don't ever lose faith. It's not about the church, it's focused on the one power.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's why I want to be here. I'm just trying to encourage people. Our black men are necessary for the survival of our black culture, of any culture. That's the foundation of us. So forgive me for going on, Uncle Stu. Don't feel bad. Whenever you feel
I
like you
don't.
when you feel
I'm
like
get,
you need the, you know what that is? When you feel like you need that red pill, that's when you're almost there.
right.
Keep going, perseverance, prayer, and patience. That's in the Bible. Okay.
And I'm going to say this to you. Let's see if I can get a smile out of you. You ready?
I smile. I smile. I mean,
I'm
go ahead.
I'm I'm from uptown, and my people are from South Carolina, so I caught with both of the things you said. How
You
does that
did.
sound?
You did. Okay. You from the you then you understand. Okay, I'll give you an example. If you can understand, there's a lady. You might see her. They call her chiefess. Quinte, Ket Marquette. There's a chiefess in the Gullah Geechee territory. A
I know
black
what you're
woman.
talking about. Yeah, my people's more out of Spartanburg or something.
Well, okay, I'll forgive you.
Yeah.
No, but I don't know if my people are from there, actually, but more or less like Aiken and Beaufort and all that other
Yeah.
area. But what I'm trying to say is that that's that's where we need to go from. I still
Hmm.
remember what the great grandparents taught me, and by golly, I'm teaching my sons. But I don't yell at my sons. I don't fight my sons. I
Hmm.
speak to them as men, and that is what we women need to do. We're raising men. I'm a mother
Hmm.
of nations. And not only my blood sons call me mom, but they're their friends who call me mom. And I hold that highly as a positive because I'm doing what my ancestors did. Be
Hmm.
encouraged, Uncle Stu. There are
I
women
will.
who feel you. We are praying. I pray for people like you to be on the YouTube streets. Our children need to remember. And yes, they need to go travel. My kids have been over in other countries, other continents. They
Hmm.
know. I thank you. There's another last thing I want to say is I think that you mentioned something about wealth. You know
Yes.
you know the saying about how to make littles long.
Give it to me.
Basically, all right. The way I grew up is you never knew who was coming to the house, so you put on an extra cup of water, an extra cup of rice, and everybody ate. There was
Hmm.
always a visitor in our house. My father was the only one working. I come from a house where just the father worked. Mom raised us. Okay,
Hmm.
we shared and we made it. It's not about the money. If it was about money, nobody would have a problem. Money can't take protect me from the Rona or any other kind of whatever they call it. It's
That's
about
right.
me talking to Paige, talking to the deacon, to the pastor, talking to Candida, talking to you, talking to the men. Share the happiness, the joy, the gratitude. That's what we need more of.
Right.
And when I go to different channels, when they start fussing, cussing, I try to text some positive. We need to bring people back. It's in our DNA, our roots.
Yes.
I did not fight so many years for us to be fighting man up with women. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I talk too much, but I am passionate by that. That's how
You are
passionate.
you are fine. You are fine. Thank you very much. You can hang out here. Miss Page, I appreciate your patience and you camming up and hanging out with Uncle Stu and right now the women, because I know my brothers, if I drop the chat, my brothers is ready to come up here and do some conversation. So go ahead, Miss Page. What do you have to say?
Hi, Uncle Stu. Can you hear me? I don't have my headphones, so I don't know if.
Yes, and I think everybody in the chat can hear you real good.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Um, so I'm not 100% sure what the whole conversation was about, but I think it's about what women's take on the manosphere.
No, it's really more about communication. It's more about just having the conversation on these YouTube streets, especially amongst, if you want to say, the manosphere and women trying to, they say they usually take all of the manosphere and they say they're so disrespectful, they're this, they're that. And then when I try to explain it which is just a simple explanation, I was challenged with, well, men are this. And when I'm showing you that I got men in this chat that is already making $1 million, I already got them making 6 figures, I already got them working, I already got them in the upper middle class.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to just explain what it is that they're looking for. And then I got women saying they still dusties, they still no good. We there's no good men. And then if I drop the link right now and say, and just started naming names and put them up here, then everybody get quiet. On Candid Ann's show, she was talking about communicating between men and men, how men talk to men, how women talk to women, vice versa, how men talk to women, vice versa. Can't we just talk civilly
Right.
and get our understanding of whatever it is we're trying to communicate? I guess some women in the chat at that time was complaining. So Big Bad Bull, who's also in my chat, challenged the women in the chat, we'll come to Uncle Stu's platform and have the conversation. Guess what? I did that. And not one woman that was in Candid Ann's chat is over here right now.
Okay.
But it's still open. Whether you just want to speak about an experience or motivation or what, as a servant of the people that have subscribed to me, what more can I do to open it up and have good intellectual conversation in the sense of, for right here, it'll be in a sense of relationship. What are you not hearing? What do you understand? Or what is whatever your views or thoughts are? I think I explained it.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure what more you can do, honestly. But just as a woman who watches a lot of different content creators in the manosphere, and I agree with, I think it was Candid Ann who said, it's how you say things. A lot of the followers of the manosphere, or like the men who follow you guys, they can be a bit triggering sometimes, in my opinion.
Okay.
And somewhat, so how they talk about modern women, how, in most cases men prefer traditional women, but a lot of women my age, like I'm 28, we grew up in this modern society. So it's like we were taught, okay, get your education, you know, don't really think about boys, and you know, looking at men as providers and things of that nature. So I wouldn't, I would say, like, to not come in an attacking way, because if a woman is not raised traditional, you can't be mad at her for being modern. Or if we were influenced by things in the society like feminism, you know, it's in our schools. We talk about it in our schools. You can't be mad at us if women have feminism. Sorry, what words am I trying to say? Believe in those things, believe in those ideologies. But I am grateful for the manosphere because it's taught me a lot with how to deal with men, with how men think and such, like, and things like that. But it's just the men in this atmosphere, sometimes they can just be very argumentative and kind of just want to be attacking women. And I think if women are over here trying to learn from these men, why are we being attacked? We're trying to get something out of what is being presented to us. So, I guess
Because
that's,
you do understand, you know, just for all fairness, you know that there's certain platforms these men couldn't dare go into in a woman's space. You are aware of that they will be crucified.
yes.
My brothers couldn't go running up into Cynthia G's platform and just having conversation about the things she says on her platform. They will be crucified. If some of the men said it in the manosphere, what she was able to say, they would have taken that platform totally down.
Can I
You,
say
you understand the
something?
kind of, and this is not an attack on you. I'm trying to give you a wider perspective.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not really sure who Cynthia G is.
She is one of the one, and I think some men in the chat will let me know if I'm off. I would probably say she's probably the second biggest female YouTuber in the so-called what they call T sector. She has made some horrendous statements that I've never heard any man in the manosphere ever make towards women. No man in the manosphere has ever advocated violence against women. None. Zero. Don't
Right.
know. That includes the one that everybody want to blame the most, Kevin Samuels. Never done it.
Right.
She has.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Several times, several videos that's still up on her platform.
So she says that men should be abusive to women, or women should be.
No. Some of if you're having a child and it's a male child, it needs to be dismissed.
Oh, wow.
She still has a large following and a platform.
Wow.
Do you understand?
Is
Yeah.
that feminism?
No, I'm talking about platforms. I'm about to go to the feminism in a second.
'Cause I
Yeah,
was
I'm
gonna
going little by little.
If you don't mind, before you get to that, my take on feminism, that is the downfall for the Black family.
I'm gonna
Okay, and that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, and you're right, because I'm gonna let you know my niece Lucchese just gave me 2 books that I'm gonna do a little deep dive, and that's gonna be part of one of my open platform book discussions. Is gonna be the books, because it's gonna talk. It takes the deep dive into feminism and the destruction of the Western family. So told you I listen to everybody. But let me address something that you did say, or at least let me see how you deal with it. Number one, you talked about going to the manosphere, and you said, well, you know, I'm a modern woman. I went to college, 28. These are the things that I was taught. My question is, let's take away, because I taught my daughters the same thing, but my daughters are married. So my question to you is, when you went to get your college degree, did
I
you
don't
go?
have a college degree.
Okay, when
That's
you
what I was taught, but I've always kind of been naturally traditional, but I still consider myself modern because I've grown up in these times.
Okay. Let me see if I can explain it a different kind of way.
Okay.
When you go to get your just follow me, okay?
Okay.
When you go to get a high school diploma, what's the purpose of the high school diploma?
So that you can get a job when you're done, so you can be educated.
Exactly. When you go to get a bachelor's degree in, say, nursing, what is that degree made for?
So that you can become a nurse, an educated.
If you go get a degree, a PhD in mathematics, what is that degree made for?
For math.
For math. None of those degrees is a degree in being a wife, right?
Right.
None of those degrees is a degree in being a mother, right?
Right.
Therefore, if you come and you say, I have a PhD, or I have a bachelor's degree, or I have a master's degree, what does your degree have to do with being a wife and a mother?
Nothing.
Bingo.
Other than you could probably provide financially for your family, but
No,
Let me ask you, follow my logic.
no.
okay.
What does your PhD and your bachelor's degree and your high school diploma have to do with you being a wife and a mother?
Nothing.
Bingo. So if a man says he doesn't care about your PhD, he doesn't care about your bachelor's degree, what he is really saying is none of these degrees has anything to do with being a wife and being a mother.
Right.
Do you get the logic?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever wrote a resume?
Yes.
Okay. So on your resume, what's the first thing you like to do? You like to put what? Your education,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mhm.
Then you put all your work experience,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you put references, right?
Right.
Okay. So if you come to have a conversation and you say to a man, I got a PhD, right?
Yes.
I have had 5 boyfriends, none of them worked out,
Mm-hmm.
right? And here's the references of my girlfriends. Does it sound like I'm trying to get a job, or does it sound like I'm trying to get a relationship?
A job.
So if you're approaching a man in that fashion and he's not trying to hire you to work, why would you come with a resume of job listings versus to come in your full self? You understand the difference?
I do.
So when men are saying we don't care about the PhD, we don't care about the college degree, we're not looking at all of that stuff. What they're saying is none of that shows the qualifications of being a wife. None of that shows the qualifications of being a mother. None of that shows qualifications of working together.
Right. Yeah.
None of that shows the qualifications of and this is the curse word that feminists hate, submissiveness. So they even took the word submissive out and gave you the word cooperation.
Okay.
Okay. On my platform, a 65-year-old man explained the terminology of partnership, which is a business term. When I come in as a businessman to partner with you, I am partnering to take over certain parts of your business. And I'm going to control that part of the business, right?
Yes.
So when you say, I want to partner with a man, what you're really saying is, I want to take over part of his life and control it.
Okay.
You're not saying, I want to be a helpmate to it.
Because men don't want to be controlled by their wives.
Nobody wants to be controlled.
Nobody wants to be controlled. But guess what? How would it feel if you didn't have to take on 50% of the weight of the world? Because he was built for it, not you. How would you feel as a Black woman if you was able to have your child and didn't have to go to work for at least 2 years so that you can raise your child. How would it feel?
That would feel amazing.
How would it feel if you had a child with this man and say he was an entrepreneur? Let's say he has his own business and all he asks you to do is some paperwork, some secretarial work, because you're great in administrative things and you're only working 20 hours out of the week, but you're benefiting as if you was working 80 hours a week. How would that make you feel?
Great.
Guess what? That is exactly what the manosphere has been trying to say. I just explained to you the whole manosphere. Do you want me to drop the link and allow the men to come up to see if I said it right? So do you understand now? So I need you to go back to all the women and say, y'all need to go start the Uncle Stu.
Okay.
Okay?
I will.
Because
Well, Uncle Stu, what you didn't tell her, what you didn't ask her was how tall was she to rate herself on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not joking, because these are
No,
things that you didn't ask me her weight. You didn't ask her her weight. You didn't ask her her dress size.
because
Right.
I think what has to
Because
be,
that's why you're different, Uncle Stu, because you don't care
but
about that.
yeah, but see, you also have to understand that every man, see, I told you, I'm all around the manosphere. That's
real
only
man
one
don't
person's
do that.
perspective. That is not a universal language.
A real
That's
man
only
doesn't
one
do that.
person. That's not a universal statement. See, when I'm going around the manosphere, because I got various men in the chat that's in various sectors of the manosphere. I got some that is strictly, hey, save yourself, black man. Go get a passport. And I got passport bros in here. I got some black men. I might have, I don't know any MGTOWs in here, but I know I got some of those in here. I know I got single men who want the skinny woman. I got some that want the fat woman. I got some that want the thick woman. I got them all. So there's a variety. So I think that's where I say I don't blanket one female platform for everybody's platform. I don't want everybody to blanket one black man's platform and blanket the whole manosphere, because I guarantee you, if I drop the chat and just say, I need 4 men up here, first of all, I'll probably get more than 4 men to come into the chat, but I guarantee you all 4 men is going to have a different ideal of what they want in the sense of physicalness in a woman. I hear the debates all the time. The BBWs versus the thick women. Come on, I still got brothers that still want a red bone over a dark-skinned woman. I mean, we got to keep it real. We ain't signing inside joke. Is Perry allowed to come on this platform? You know, we've been taking his card for every time he come on. He sort of throw us under the bus. So we ain't signing. If he can come on a platform, drop a 1. If we took his card, drop a 2. But what I'm going to do is I just want to know, did you understand that?
I do, yes.
Do you feel attacked?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like do you have a little bit more insight into, and I'm going to tell you something. This is not manosphere talking points. This is just talking to you, man to woman, about men, even above YouTube. So the best way to hear the manosphere is you got to understand that one platform does not speak for 100 men.
Mm-hmm.
You what they say, chew the meat, throw away the bone,
Right.
and then the man, one man that will love you, the one woman, is when you and that man have a conversation. What do you need? Because what I need as a man, what Big Bad Bull may need as a man, what we ain't signing may need is 3 different men, but we're principally the same. We don't need a woman that we go to work, come home, and she want to cuss us out.
Right.
I'm 54. Some of the stuff that my brothers tolerate, I ain't gonna tolerate. I have a very, 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 my tolerance is extremely low. People may say, boy, Uncle Stu is real calm. No, I have a very low tolerance. If I say, this is who I am, this is where I'm going, and this is what I'm planning to be in 5 years, I don't need none of your stuff. And hear me, I don't need none of your fools. I don't want to hear about Tom, Dick, and Foo-Foo. I don't want to hear about you got trust issues. I don't want to hear about all your 20 years of trauma that you haven't fixed. I don't want to hear about what your mama been through, what your grandmama, because my mind is on today, tomorrow, and what I'm going to look like 5 years from now. Do you understand that? So I'm glad that you was able to come up here and have the conversation and not feel attacked, not feel beat up, but get a broader understanding and even be able to, I hope, be able to go to other women in these sectors and be able to say, hey, I know a man who does represent the manosphere, but you can look all throughout his platform. This brother is not cursing people out. This brother has given women up the platform, and he's open to any conversation. But now you come up here acting like a pure doggone fool. The grown man. He gonna kick you off his platform too. You come up here trying to cuss me out like y'all do Kevin Samuels. I'm gonna tell you right now, you talking to a veteran. Kevin Samuels is real nice. I got a daughter your age, and I ain't gonna have no 20-year-old talking to me like she's some 50 because I'm not that man. You understand? Mm-hmm. I could talk this way because I am a father, soon to be a grandfather.
All right.
Yes, I am a minister. Yes, I am all these titles. Yes, I'm here to represent. But one thing I will always say, I'm still every man in this chat. Why? Because at any time, I can make one decision and become any one of them. I can make one decision and become that ratchet, talking, cussing, fussing, because the same energy you give me, I'm gonna try not to give it equally, because I'm gonna try to discern where it's coming from. But I can be any one of these men at any time. Only by, this is where I throw religion in, only by the grace of God, I'm not there. But I'm no different than Edward Anderson. I'm no different than Kevin Samuels. I'm no different than Bernard Riley. I'm no different than TLA.
Okay, so I have a question. So I understand where you're coming from, but as a woman who is trying to have a better understanding on men, when, for instance, a man is coming at you with manosphere aggression, how do you respond to that?
Who are you asking, me or
yes.
you? How do you respond?
Right. Like if someone's
give me an example so that I know if it's aggression, anger. How is it coming to you? What, in a nice way, what was the conversation so that I have a better understanding? Give me a personal example.
Okay, I'll give you an example. So there was I was watching a video on O'Shea, or no, sorry, it was Poor Man Podcast. I don't know if you're.
I know Poor Man Podcast is, yes.
So he was showing a video about a woman who was a sugar baby, and she was just talking about like her experiences as a sugar baby, and she was saying, you know, she didn't have to have sex with men and and he was just saying, you know, she was being very ingenuous. Mm-hmm. So I wrote under the comments that when I was younger, that I had tried to be a sugar baby, but when I was having conversation with men, all of them were talking about sex. Like there was no one saying, oh, I just want to spend time with you and spend money on you. Like they were all talking about sex. So I didn't move forward with that experience. So I wrote in the comments like, yeah, you know, she's lying because this was my experience. And so then some guy commented under it and was just like, oh yeah, you're for the streets. That's what you say to make yourself sleep better at night. And I was just like, okay, well, I didn't have to comment. And I didn't understand why he had to say those things. Like I put myself out there. If I wanted to do it, it's a comment on YouTube. Like, you don't know me. Nobody on YouTube knows me. And if I wanted to share my experience, then I could do that and not be ashamed about it if I wanted to. But just to like it be so insulting because I'm agreeing with what Poor Man Podcast was saying, it was just annoying. And then like other guys started commenting, kind of saying the same things about me. And I wasn't really responding because it's like, I'm not about to sit here and argue with these guys. Like, I know what I did. I know what I didn't do. You can think I'm for the streets or not, but that doesn't change my reality or my experiences.
Let me ask you a question. Because now we have a vocabulary issue.
Okay.
Do you know what it means to be a sugar baby?
Yes, I do now.
What is your definition of a sugar baby?
So a sugar baby is kind of like a sex worker, in my opinion. Someone who,
Right there, a sex worker, right?
right.
Let's just put it out there. A sugar baby is a woman who is usually, quote unquote, young.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting basically paid as a prostitute. But
Right.
most sugar babies understand that it's an older gentleman, usually about 20, 30 years older than she is. And the whole financial exchange eventually is going to lead to sex.
Right.
You understand that, right?
I know that now. I didn't know that at the time.
Okay. So when you say, I want to be a sugar baby, that's what you're saying to men, is that I want to be a prostitute. And so their reaction, woman for the street, simply means, I don't want to be a wife. I just want to lay on my back and get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand why now you got that reaction?
No, because I said it was something that I wanted to do, but when
Do you understand that they're looking at your mindset? They're not looking at what you said. You went into a chat. If you went into my chat right now and you said, hey, I wanted to be a sugar baby. I want you to, okay, let me reverse it.
Okay.
Let me reverse it. If I went into your comment section and I said, hey, I wanted to be a man that has 3 women, what would you be thinking about my mindset that I even would think that? I want honest. What would you be thinking if I came into your chat and I said, I'm 54 years old and I want 3 women? I thought about having 3 women. Does that have a good look?
No,
I'm talking you, it doesn't, right?
no, yeah.
Okay. And by it not having a good look, that's why these men reacted the way they did, because they're saying what you did and what you said caused you to have a negative look in their eyes. Therefore, do you think they will look at you as a wife or just as they would say, a pump and dump? I want you to be honest with yourself. This is not belittling you. I'm trying to get you to see what they see.
So because I just had the thought of wanting to do it, it gives someone a perspective of my mindset because it's something that I would even consider doing. That's what you're saying.
Let me hear a woman. Unfortunately, that was a chance you took by sharing the information in all men channels. If his comment did not apply to you, then you move on. Just a stranger responding. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Do you
That's
understand why she said that? You ever heard the term only what I hope I say it right. Only a hit dog will holler.
Yeah.
So when they said that to you and you started hollering, then that means there's some truth to what they were saying.
Well, no, I didn't really respond to what they were saying too. I kind of was just like, well, I'll leave that up to your imagination on what you think I did.
Right.
And I didn't respond after that.
Well, that's why I want you to feel free, be free, and have the conversation, because now do you understand that you kind of gave the green light for that situation? So again, it would be like me going up in a woman's space. Say the conversation was about, say they said they don't like black men.
Mm-hmm.
And I go up in there talking about, I'm a black man and I'm the best man there is. What kind of reaction you think I'm gonna get knowing that the topic is against black men?
You probably will get a negative response.
So what do you think you was gonna get if you went into a quote unquote platform? Now I don't even, and you talking about Poor Man Podcast, so I know what various topics he's doing. And here you got a topic where he is, because he's a married man. So here you got this #1 athlete, married black man, doing a reactionary video about a sugar baby. And you go into the comment and talk about, I thought about being that too. Do you get the logic?
Yeah, I understand.
So that's why I say Uncle Stu's platform is about teaching you. So when you have these issues, you come talk to Uncle Stu, and your uncle is going to help you out.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Love you. What I'm going to do, you can stay up here. I'm now going to drop the chat for any of my brothers.
And let me just say, Uncle Stu,
Yes.
God bless you. And
Thank
I'm
you.
going to jump off so all of your new guests can arrive. Everybody have a blessed day. Happy True Year to everybody. And Uncle Stu, you can join me also Wednesday and Sunday nights, 8 p.m. because you know I go deep in the name of Jesus.
Amen. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless. Candid Ann, how did Uncle Stu do? I just dropped the link in the chat. I'm welcoming any man. This is a wide open chat right now. Perry, the only reason why you up here, we ain't signed and said you got your card back. Don't mess it up now.
I'm gonna try to act right, all right? I'm gonna try to be accountable for my actions.
Oh, welcome, my brother. Welcome.
Thank you. Great conversation tonight. Great
Yes,
conversation.
sir.
I just wanted to hop up real quick. I was listening in, and you know, the manosphere is a very I think the manosphere is much like the rest of not just society, but certainly I can certainly say, you know, blacks, we've had a struggle, and there's certain reasons why, and in kind of staying on one accord. And I do see some of that in the manosphere. I think you pointed out, everyone's kind of doing their own thing. And myself not being in the manosphere, if you will, obviously we all have our disagreements, but we all see the good points too. So, you know, I just take the good and leave the bad. I mean, parts of the manosphere saying, you know, a married man is a simp.
Right.
I mean, I just consider myself to be above that. And, you know, I do what I want to do. That's why I got married. It's just that simple. So I don't get caught up in that. But yeah, there's a lot of good, but there's a lot of bad. But you just have to, what's it say? What's the word say? Eat the
meat and throw away the bone.
Exactly. That's pretty much what you have to do. So that's kind of my take on it. As a married man, anyway.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You know, I don't know if I would be considered manosphere, because some people confuse black content creators and say, well, he's a man, he's a manosphere.
Right.
You know, I think that's a term that I always say, unless somebody that's in the manosphere say, hey, we recognize you as a manosphere person, or we see you as the, you know what I'm saying? I just don't jump into a group, you know, unless that is, you know. So I'm gonna defend the manosphere in the sense of it is good. I mean, I'm not going to take that away. You know, yeah, I'm not going to sit up here and condemn Kevin Samuels, you know, because hey, I got into this thing because I heard it on TikTok, and it was like, well, who's this dude in the suit? You know, cussing out this female, like, yo, who is this dude? Once I got to see the whole video, then I saw a different light. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
But I can't sit up there and just go, well, okay, he represents one thing, this dude represents something else. I see too many people who just represent various aspects. And if I don't understand something, I've been quick to say, well, we ain't signing. Can you explain this? Can you explain this? And he'll just explain their arguments and their talk, but don't always necessarily say he agrees with everything, but he can at least explain things. And it's like, oh, okay, I got it.
I think you are the manosphere. And let me explain why.
Sure.
This is not about the creators. This is about the people in the comments. Uncle Stu is the place where Black men who have worked their issues out already go. I mean, because you can see in your comment section, it's not people who have not dealt with their issues. Now, and it's not the creator's fault, but if you go to other sections, you can see, like, even if a woman is doing a certain thing, I don't feel like I have to attack her hardcore because she's not my wife. I have a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's my focus.
Right.
So when someone feels like they just have to at all times holding a woman accountable that they don't even know, it's a little deeper than just, there's got to be something to that. So that's how I feel like you're the place where people we've all had issues, right? Where they've worked it out, and it's the middle ground, because it's too much all or nothing is what I'm seeing. And what I don't see is, I'm very much in my day-to-day life about, if you tell me that I can't do this, then you need to tell me how it needs to be done. So on those conversations, when we say women sleeping around are for the streets, well, if you're then saying, you know, one date, I got to have it, then you need to tell us how a woman's not going to be for the streets, since you're making them for the streets. And if you can't answer that, then you're being a clown, in my opinion. Right. You got to get down to the core of it. And that's where we're not transforming things. We're not actually answering questions. There's just a lot of talk going on. That's just simply my opinion, though. And I don't see that here. I see you really providing solutions. And that's what's important.
Thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
We ain't signing. Can you hear me? We ain't signing. Just to let you know, yeah, he's in China, so sometimes the signal is good, sometimes it's bad.
How can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. How's everyone doing? Ladies, good morning. Uncle Stu, Perry, good morning. Hope everyone is well. I just woke up. So but before I give my statement, I do want to say this, Perry. I can only speak for the Black manosphere, and the Black manosphere is not anti-marriage. Like O'Shea, Duke Jackson, Obsidian, you know, the guys that founded that, they're very pro-marriage and very pro-Black marriage. So, you know, I just wanna kind of throw that out there when we talk about, like, they've never labeled married men like you and me as simps. So, yeah, but the thing I kind of want to highlight is that I think we need to understand that the casual relationship between Black men and Black women have been forever changed. Black women today are no longer going to get the carte blanche love and respect and just off the surface consideration that you got in the 90s, in the 80s, early 2000s, and early 60s, right? Because Black men, for the most part, really feel that when we're talking about daily interaction, not even in a sexual way, but daily interaction in the Black community, there's a large enough amount of Black men feel that they're being treated as second-class citizens and they have enough. So, for example, if you would have put that comment in the 90s, no, you would not have gotten that response. But today is a new day. Black men feel, a large enough amount of Black men feel that they are second-class citizens and they have enough. I also personally feel that Black men are second-class citizens in the Black community. I feel that the Black community is a matriarchy, and typically when women speak, the men will be quiet. They'll shut up. The men will automatically cater to a Black woman regardless of her situation. Those days are over now, right? Black men are just going to be men like other groups of men, right? Because other groups of men of other races would have, you would have had that kind of response elsewhere. So Black men are no longer going to be the Black men of the 90s just because the situation, enough feel that it's so toxic that they had enough. They refuse to be second-class citizens anymore, and they no longer want to be a part of the gynocracy. So now they're pushing back. So I think everyone has to recognize that, because we're always talking about delivery, how they talk. When you're saying that, I really want you guys to kind of reflect in saying that from the privilege of the 90s, from the privilege of the early 2000s. There's a large enough Black men that no longer going to give you that privilege anymore. And you just have to realize that this is the new reality. This is the new normal. And I'll close with that.
Talk Hell. If you got a moment, Talk Hell, before I even ask your husband to come along, do you have a moment to cam up and kind of give voice to this conversation? Because this is similar to what we talked about last night on your platform. Let me ask you something, Ms. Page. Do you understand? Because I think one day I'm going to have to give a full context lesson on what we ain't signing. Okay. A full context lesson on exactly we ain't signing. At 54, I grew up in the 90s. And how things were in the 90s, and I'm getting ready to do a lesson to explain to people, because I'm always talking about what happened in 1995, which is the Million Man March, and exactly what the women fought for. No, you fine, Talk Hell, you fine. And what the women fought for in 1997, 2 years later. 95, Black men fought for the Black family and the Black community and Black children. 97, Black women only fought for themselves. That was serious. That was huge. And a lot of, as you did say, you was taught feminism. You was taught, all this stuff about feminism. And one of the biggest things that you was taught in feminism, that anything that represents a male is bad, is evil. You was taught all this trauma stuff that many of you never experienced. That would be like someone shoving slavery down my throat and telling me I know what it's like to be in the fields picking cotton and getting hit with a whip. And I'm carrying that saying, yeah, I know what it feels like to be in the cotton fields and getting hit with a whip. And carrying that, but I don't know what it feels like to be in the cotton fields getting hit with a whip. I don't know what it feels like to walk out your house and be told, here's the Black bathroom, here's the white bathroom. I don't know what that feels like. My dad do, but I don't. But now I do know what it feels like when I fought for the Constitution of the United States and I'm not allowed to go to work without fear that some black woman is going to just accuse me of something that I never did and get away with it. And I have no recourse. You can, and I said this on a platform before, and this is known. Prosecutors will not prosecute you for lying on me. You know what they'll say? We'd rather not prosecute the 99 women that lie only to save the one that might not be lying. So we'll rather destroy 99 black men to help save one black woman. How fair is that? How fair is it that Perry Unlikely, a married man, worked hard all his life, he walks into somebody's corporate office, a woman don't like his jacket, and then she goes to HR and says, Perry Unlikely, I didn't like the way he looked at my shoulder. Now Perry Unlikely loses his job, loses everything that he got. Finds out a year later the woman lied because she couldn't get the same sales that he got. And he can't do nothing about it, but his life is destroyed. Is that fair? How do you think men would feel? How do you expect the average human being to feel in a country that they've been in the military, they fought every single war in this country, and now they fear the very woman that looks like them? Remember I said to you, on one platform, there's a woman who advocates this, and it's still up there. She still got a platform. If I said that today, if I said on this platform, and I said, all you black men, if a particular woman has this particular sex in her womb, get her to abandon that womb. This platform will be shut down before 8 o'clock this morning. How's that fair? And these are the conversations that I'm trying to bring. At the same time, I say to the same black men, whether you got a woman or not, you still got to know how to do the things you need to do. I still got to teach you how to navigate and operate in a system that is unfair, in a system that is unbalanced. You still got to live. You still got to get up. You still got to eat. But I still want you to be able to travel the world without fear. I want you to see what it looks like in Hong Kong, China, just as much as I want you to know what it looked like in Darwin, Australia. And I want you to be able to go to Bamberg, Germany. And I want you to be able to go to Paris without fear. Go travel, see the world, learn other languages, learn other cultures, be better, be a better man than Uncle Stu. And I'm seeing it each and every single day. And I'm glad that you was able to come up here and not feel like you was attacked. I can't guarantee that for everybody, but I think if you listen between Perry and We Ain't Signing, that's what you're getting. I just don't have the big platform. I don't have the 100,000 subscribers because it is what it is, and I control what I can control. But hopefully you get other women that's in your age group above. Tell them come over here and have the conversation. And like I said, you'll probably start seeing more lessons that's going to address a lot of the issues that these men are talking about. If anybody want to come up, talk, say whatever they got to say, have that conversation. How you feeling, Candy Ann? Because this was all you now.
Well, actually, I'm okay. This conversation has, and which is absolutely fine. This conversation has shifted a little bit, which is fine. That happens regarding the relationships in the manosphere and women and things like that. So, yeah, I'm just listening. I'm kind of just hanging back and listening. And so, yeah, but for me, this I understand that I started off with a slightly different train of thought, but that's
Mhm.
okay. It's morphed, and we've gotten to some here now, and that's fine. I'm just sitting back and enjoying the conversation, and thank you, Paige, for opening up. My only thing is that I hope that there will be more women like Paige that are willing to take a look at themselves and think about, you know, how can I be different? How can I continue to learn from each other? How can I, that's just where I'm coming from, you know, like, and I'm slightly, my skin is slightly warm from hearing about this situation with Miss Cynthia G and this, I, who's, okay, I'm not gonna go there because it's frustrating if someone is really out here talking like that, you know. But for me,
Mhm.
the conversation is just about just respecting one another as we speak.
Why don't you
Yeah.
why don't you use what you just said? Very unlikely. Did you hear you and we ain't signed? Did you hear the very beginning of the show? Was y'all able to
No,
tap?
No, I didn't get to catch the very beginning.
I didn't catch it.
Do me a favor, candidate. Bring up what you said earlier and let them two kind of respond to that. Before you do that, Paige, somebody Vaughn asks, just wondering if are you still struggling to make right decisions? Do you have good support base?
I believe that I do. That when I was experiencing that, I was around 18, 19, 20. My brain was fried at the time. I'm 28 now. I'm married. I have 2 boys.
Okay.
So I have women in my life. I'm definitely not in that mindset anymore. So
Great.
thank you for caring about me, though. I appreciate
Yes.
it.
And let me say that's also what this platform is. Yes, it is when I say male dominated platform, let me give you the proper context. Every day I got to look at this well, it's not a sheet because everything is digital. Every day I look at analytics. And analytics tells me how many men is a part of this platform versus the number of women that's part of this platform. It tells me what countries I'm talking to, what countries I'm not talking to. It gives me all kinds of numbers. Heck, I got to give We Ain't Signing to look at all these numbers because some of this stuff confuses me. But but statistically speaking, 70% of my platform is male. 30% of my platform is female. So when you hear me say I have a male platform, because that's what my analytics teaches me, which means that most of the things that, yes, is going to be directed at men. When I say men's health, mental health, it doesn't mean they're emotionally broken. Health means keeping their mind sane already. That's why you probably see me give pushback when you say, well, wait a minute. So standing up for your rights means they're broken. I couldn't go with that language. You see what I'm saying? But I also want it where when you do have those questions, even if you got a husband, hey, you know what? I don't understand this. Do you have a dad in your life? It's
Yeah.
not you do.
My
you have,
dad raised me, actually.
okay. A lot of times you can be raised under your dad and still need outside influence.
Yeah, because he didn't talk to me a lot about guys and relationships and things
And
like that.
And I'm going to tell you something. Things has changed.
Yeah.
Things has changed. I agree with We Ain't Signing. Things has changed. So how maybe I would have treated a woman when I was in high school, don't get that same treatment today.
Mm-mm.
There's a difference. You understand? But like I said, anytime. And if you don't want to come up on a platform, go to my about section and I got an email and you email me. People will tell you, they email me. I answer emails. So you can email me. You see a video, you don't understand it, put a comment in the comment section, say, I didn't understand this argument. I didn't understand this statement. I answer the comments. And like I said, if you got something and you don't want to come up on public platform because you fear something or you don't want to be attacked, email me. I do a lot of work in the back channel. So I'm here for you. Okay? You can stay up there. I'm sorry, everyone. Go ahead, candidate. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you'd asked me earlier to repeat what I said, and it's been 2 hours. I don't know what you're talking. What
Okay.
exactly are you talking about that I said earlier?
You was talking about communication, talking, because both of these brothers is in deep business, so they might be able to give me some resources, some things that maybe I can do on this platform, or even go into high level thinking and education to teach how to properly communicate one to another.
Right. So my whole point was really in just as we're having conversations, not just on YouTube, but including YouTube, in our real lives, as we're talking to our sisters, our brothers, as we're talking to men and women, to be a little bit more introspective and to keep in mind that we want to be spoken to with some level of decorum and with respect. And so therefore, before we open our mouths and be rude and disrespectful and take it from 0 to 100 and all that stuff, let's just for a moment consider the audience and realize that not everyone needs to be spoken to like that. This might not be appropriate. And so just to consider that there might be someone, like for instance, as I've been on these YouTube panels, Nope, we ain't signing. That brother has a lot of information, a slew of historical information, financial information. And I can't imagine that if I were to know this man in real life, if I was just someone that was rude and combative and argumentative, he has nothing to gain by opening up his mouth and trying to teach me anything. But I would have so much more to gain by listening and dropping the attitude and allowing myself to learn. I have so much to gain from this man. And so I think it's warranted when men say that our tongues are vicious. And it's warranted for us to take a look at ourselves and to consider that, hey, maybe they're right. And in addition, I also feel like when men or your mom or your sister or whomever it is trying to hold another person accountable, just because you are speaking something that is true, just because you are speaking, it doesn't have to be brutal. There are times I get it where it can be brutal and it has to be brutal, but I'm just saying that just because you're speaking the truth doesn't mean, and just because it's factual doesn't mean that the person on the other side needs to be treated in such a venomous manner, because in turn most of us want to be spoken to with respect. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm saying drop the attitude. If possible, take a look at yourself, drop the attitude, and see if you can open yourself up to the possibility that there's so many people out there that are willing to teach you things. They have nothing to gain. They have nothing to gain by opening their mouths and sharing with you. But you have so much to gain if you can just drop the attitude and open up your mind, open up your thoughts, just shut your mouth and listen to what they have to say. So this for me, even though I know it evolved into men versus women in the manosphere and stuff like that, which is great, which is fine. This really was for me about speaking to one another and learning from each other. And I guess, as some of you guys might say, blocking your blessings. So that's what it was about for me.
Do you have anything to say? We ain't signed on Perry Unlikely.
Yeah, sure. I want to thank you first. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I appreciate that. But I think we had this conversation before with Uncle Stu, you and B Finesse was here, where can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're clear.
Okay. All right. So pretty much like I said this before, when people are talking about improving themselves, working on themselves and things like that for marriage, I've mentioned this several times. It seems to be one-sided. And what Ken and is saying is right. You need to be taught conflict resolution, right? You need to be taught how to communicate with one another, because 70% of us was born in single families. We do not understand female communication, and we do not and women do not understand male communication, because Black men have veered and respected and put Black women on a pedestal for such a long time. Black women, well, let me say this: when it comes to interaction daily, right? There's a sense of okay, she's a woman, she needs to be protected at all time, regardless if she pops off on me or not. I'm just gonna be like, okay, she's just a woman, whatever, and I'm just gonna let her be. Where in other cultures you don't see that, right? If you meet a man with aggression, he has testosterone. He will meet you with aggression. So a lot of women in other communities will be like, well, let me watch my mouth because I don't know this man. He's not my husband, et cetera, right? So a man will meet aggression with aggression because that is our natural instinct. So we need these kind of communication sessions or communication tutoring, right? And YouTube is education is one of the top 5 niches in YouTube.
Yes.
Where you can have these kind of communication lessons about how to communicate to a man if you're a woman, how to communicate to a woman if you're a man, how to resolve conflict resolution, right? Without getting going to 100 like we love to do, right? Mm-hmm. We as a people love to go to 100, right? Like, oh, I'm from this place. We don't be taking L's like that. As a people, we love it, right? And I'm speaking as a people, not an individual.
Right.
So Candid Ann is actually very correct when we're talking about communication. But the one thing I want to say is that we all have to truly understand there's a new normal here. A growing number of Black men are no longer going to just give you the benefit of the doubt when speaking to you just on the strength that you're a Black woman. Those days are gone, right? Black men seriously and truly have enough. Black men, a large growing number of Black men do feel second class. And the one thing that Black women need to understand, because they have not had, a majority of them have not had the time to live around men full time, be around men, but not live with men full time. You have to understand it is men's nature to change the environment, right? It is female nature to roost in that environment. So now what you're seeing a response to the feminism movement. You're seeing the response to paternity fraud. You're seeing the response of side dudes. Okay, this dude is for my meals. This dude is for my rent. You're now seeing a response to that. That's why you have, the younger, fresh and fit guys. However you feel about it. The point is, men are now responding, right? And before, you never saw that. And I think women need to truly understand that, because the time of grace and how we interact with one another is truly over. Generation X was the last pro-Black. We got to get our community together. That was truly the last generation. Now everybody has their own thing, right? There's all these intersectionalities. So the environment has changed, right? And then on top of that, women just saying you need to come back. That message rings dead, because it's been too much negative communication from Ricky Lake, Oprah Winfrey, and things like that Black men have gone through and suffered. So now we feel like second class, and a growing number of Black men are going to act accordingly. And I mean, that's just where we're here. So I think all of us need communication levels, because there's no more grace between us anymore. And I'll close with that.
Only thing I'm gonna ask you, Wayne Simon, if you got any books, literature, send that
business stuff. I can send you. Yeah, business stuff. Not yeah. I mean,
that's fine, because I can take the business stuff, and I hate using terms, dummy it down. I can change the language of it from corporate, and bring it that way. We need to start something, and I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I think especially because you have so many women that come here and things like that. So, having, video tutorials or something like our education sessions where, okay, breaking things down, because I mean, Stu, I mean, you'll be surprised. You will be surprised once you do this, like on how wide the gap is. You'll be surprised.
Okay. I'm willing to do that. I'm definitely willing to do that.
I'll email you the stuff that I know.
Okay, cool. Perry, unlikely.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they both made very good points. It's funny. It's funny how Wayne Simon, he made the point that men are much about changing their situation. And it's funny because I just opened up a package from Amazon, and I got this book today, Never Split the Difference.
It's funny. I just ordered that book.
Hey, listen, I got that book ordered also, but I'm getting it free from the library because I'm cheap. Yeah.
So that shows you, though, right? TLA was talking about it, right?
Yeah.
And we're all moving forward, right? We're going to take it and grow from that. And that right there shows you there is a lot of good there's a lot of good stuff, in this space. And yeah, I do think our interactions with each other, a lot of us have come from, I don't even want to say it's just been toxic, but some of it has been toxic, and we just haven't always learned to talk with each other in the right way. But what I find interesting is if we would really approach it like most of us approach it on our jobs.
Right.
I mean, because there's so many people that'll just fly off at the mouth, but they're not doing that at work because they wouldn't have a job. We got to approach it from a professional standpoint. And if we would do that, I think we would get, I really think that we would get somewhere. I really think that we would, but no, I think those were both great points made. And, one thing I just wanted to touch on is, and you guys may see it more than myself. Some of the stuff that you said, Wayne Simon, I do hear a lot about men are doing the work. I have not necessarily seen that as much as I hear it, but to me, that doesn't mean it's not happening. I just naturally, it could be because I've always been someone who, I say this all the time. When I was younger, I would invite a friend. Hey, there's a party tonight. You want to go? Yeah, I'm going. Comes time to go. Oh man, I'm backing out. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna roll. And they're like, oh, you're still going? Yeah, I don't need someone else to do. I'm doing what I'm gonna do with or without you. I've always been that way. So my whole life I've been swimming upstream while other people are just doing their own thing. So I don't notice what other people do. And I personally, other than a few friends, I'm so busy in my own life. I guess I haven't gotten to witness all the brothers doing the work. So I'm a little detached. So it'd be unfair for me to say I don't see it, but I'd be interested at some point to see how far apart are we really? And I don't have that answer. I mean, I don't have that answer. But that's just something I wanted to touch on though.
When I said doing the work, my point of that was to say that when you're hearing them saying they're going to counseling, I wasn't saying men, or I was just saying us as a whole, right?
I got you. Okay, that makes sense.
When we hear about like we're going to counseling, I'm losing weight, things like that. All of that is great and definitely needs to be done. But my criticism to that is very individualistic, right?
Okay. Yes.
So it's very individualistic. Are you doing the work that makes you that will make you a good second half to your partner? I'm going to use partner as far as like getting together, right? Like, and that kind of work is conflict resolution. That kind of work is communication. That kind of work is for women, etiquette, right? Learning how to taking wife courses, right? That kind of, the things, that's the kind of work that teaches you how to work with others, right? Teamwork. Because all the work that we hear is very individualistic. And then after you're done with the work, you're still single and you're wondering why. Well, because you're you're improving yourself from a single point of view. Because, like, for example, I used to swim. Swimming is a very individual sport, right? Even though you have teammates,
Right.
you compete against them in competition. So all the stuff that I did was just to benefit myself, but it's not necessarily benefiting the team or the group. And when
Makes
people are
sense.
talking about I'm doing the work, you're never hearing the stuff that's going to benefit the family or the family team. It's
Yeah,
only
that
going
makes
to
sense.
benefit you, right? And so that's what I'm saying, so that's why I'm saying the gap is wide. And that's why you'll hear some women saying, well, I did this and I did that and nothing ever happened. Well, you didn't do anything that's going to benefit the team, right? The team has to come before the name on the back of the shirt, and the family is first, right? Like, I'm married and we're going to have children soon. The family comes before my needs, period. The family
Absolutely.
comes before her needs, right? But we're not doing the right preparation for us to fully understand that, right? Counseling was about my trauma in childhood. It's not about counseling to put the team before me, right? We're
Absolutely.
not taking the communication classes and things like that. So that's what I meant about doing the work, and that's why we're not seeing the returns, right? Because the work
Yeah.
we're doing is the returns to self-improve ourselves, not family improvement, team improvement, etc. That's what I meant by that.
No, that makes perfectly that makes perfectly good sense. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
why you see me, Perry, saying that sooner or later I'm gonna have to show people the research of what happened in the 90s, because I think it will help women to understand. He was spot on. That's been my point. 95 black men said we're doing this for the community. But in 97, black women said they was doing that for themselves. So they took the individual approach while black men took the collective approach. Alpha Man Honesty, I appreciate you, sir. I just want everybody to know I met Alpha Man on the Bernard Riley show. So, he came up with that suit. And now he's going to make me have to go out here and buy a $2,000 suit so I don't look bad.
That is not what the goal is today, sir. How are you this evening?
Check your IG,
Instagram.
Yeah,
I got it. I just hadn't had a chance to respond to you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't do nothing funny like block and all this other crazy stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. So just really quickly seconding that. If you do send Uncle Stu a message, he will respond. I sent him a message. Took him a couple of days to get back to me, but he does respond. So
yeah,
I really appreciate that. Just been listening in, right, to everybody speak for a bit, and I want to kind of give my take on it. I'll touch on the manosphere, some of my experiences, and all that good stuff. So first, I do have a channel. I call it Alpha Male Honesty, and my name is Tobias. So whichever you want to call me, Tobias T, that works. But I believe it was Candid Ann, right? She said, we have to be introspective, right? And that's I thoroughly or 100% believe that, but we must be taught that, right? And that goes to the family. And if you don't get it in your family, you'll probably get it at university, right? Or maybe you take some classes or read some books. That's where it's going to come from. But if we're not teaching that to our children, right, before someone else teaches them, right, if we don't teach it to them with our values set, then it may be, an issue. Because, when I was growing up, right, on my mother's side of the family, right, I was born in 80, right? So I remember 9 years old, 10 years old, the first 9 grandchildren are girls, okay? First 9. And the oldest got me by about 14 years. I'm 41, so she's 55. So all I heard, right, was, about their bad choices in men, but they chose that man. Even if he was bad, they didn't have to choose him. And then, if it was something positive, or if it wasn't, I remember my cousins, my older cousins, he's just telling, my younger sisters, oh, when you get older, get you a baller, get you a lawyer, get you a doctor. And then when I hear this, and I'm thinking to myself, but why would that guy want you? And then the negative comments that always came, or that they spoke, if they said about Black men, that drove me away from my family, actually, because it's like, wow, you're talking about black man, but that is who I am, right?
Right.
That right there. And I don't think women understand how damaging that is, right? To say that, even if it's about, another man, right? When your sons hear that, it can be disparaging, right? It's like, whoa, is so this is what my family is saying. Then their friends come over and they say the same thing. So you kind of hear that as a young man, right? As a boy, and you hear other women saying that, and it reinforces this. And this could lead to that man like, well, I'm not going to even deal with that, right? Or I just don't want to deal with that. And I don't think they understand how like the damage, right, that's actually being done. Then you'll hear some women say, "Oh, well, you just need to get some therapy. You need to go work that out." Okay, you can do that, but then it's like trying to say if you go through, you do everything you need as a man. You go through, you understand who you are as a man. You know what your purpose is. You can communicate effectively. You understand a woman's feelings and how they can change, or how her emotions can change. You want to meet those emotions, right, or those changes with love. Trying to find that woman is also another thing, because does she know how to communicate with a man? Was she actually taught that? We have some massive, massive divides in our community. And some people say, yes, we do. Some people say, no, we don't. Or, we don't need fathers in families. We need father figures, which I'm like, what the hell
Yeah,
are you talking
I got
about? What are
that
you
on my
talking about,
page.
woman?
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, father figures, no. No, no,
Right.
no. We need strong, solid men. We need actual fathers, right? Not a figure, as
Right.
that kind lady put it. That tongue, right? Even when we hear it, when some men hear it, they're like, oh well, if this is what they're saying, right? Even if they want to be like that individual, it can discourage them. And it honestly, I don't think it should. It should make you actually want to fight harder. It's like, nah, I am that man. This is who I am. This is what I am going to achieve, or have achieved, and will continue to achieve. You can get on board with it, or you cannot. The choice is yours. But it's a it's a very touchy situation, and many people, well, actually the conversations are finally beginning, but we don't want to just talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's make sure there's actual understanding, there's comprehension. Can you does it resonate with you? Like, yeah, you know what, I think I want to make those changes, not just feel, right? You think like, okay, I know I have to do something, and actually make them, right? Make that plan. Like, what's your goal, and how do you set a strategy to actually, to obtain that goal? And as for going on for a bit, as far as the manosphere, I was around it before it was actually called the manosphere, right? Before, when it was just like lived on forums, right? And there was, it was a plethora of everybody, right? Yeah, black folks, white folks. It was just everybody, but it was particularly white guys. And more brothers started showing up. This is like in 2012, and we O'Shea was a part of it back then, because he was also active on a forum that I was active on a number of years ago.
My
Yeah.
understanding, very quickly, I don't mean to interrupt you. My understanding is it was technically all men, and then there was a breakaway between the white and the black. Not necessarily a race. It wasn't really racial, the separation. It was more of just ideological, in the sense of black men kind of suffered a little bit deeper than a lot of the white males were suffering. Is that my understanding of the split? Like, it wasn't how you say, like a fighting between black men and the white men. It was just that separation, correct?
Correct. It was that separation, because a lot of men who were in the manosphere, right, at that time, actually, before, like I said, before it was the manosphere, there was a website, right, that this guy named Rujvi used to run, right, and he had his forum, and this thing used to be lit, right? I mean, it was lit. And he also had his website called Return of Kings. And the white guys, they'd be posting about their experiences, like when it came to, mating and dating. And, the brothers, us, we talk about ours. And they were just distinct differences, right? Very distinct differences between what they would experience and what we would experience. So that separation began. It wasn't because there was infighting or anything like that. Now, when Trump began his campaign, that's when a lot of the racist white folks who were actually part of the manosphere started showing their heads. and guys who you thought you were probably cool with in the chat or on the forum were, oh, whoa, oh, I can't mess with you because this is what you really think of Black folks. This is what you really think of me, even though you don't know me. So that's when the separation began. That was in like 2015, right? Or so. It was different then, right? But there was still no one was really speaking on, like, you know, the divide between Black men and Black women, right? Like, oh man, her mouth is just filthy, or he's a deadbeat. Well, Black women was speaking about Black men since the 90s, right? There's the history of that. We don't have to go deep into it.
Right.
But when brothers start saying, hey, this is what we are looking for, or I'm dating out, or we were met with a ton of scorn from Black women, right? And I'll tell anybody, I've dated out for a long time, right? And I mean, not because, I was hurt by Black women. When I was 6 years old, the first woman I liked wasn't Black. Right. So yeah, for me, it's, you know, but I do date Black women. I mean, I'm not gonna be like, I only date, you know, Hispanic women or something like that. Right. No. But when you do, and it's a Black man who has his life together, right? That's a lot of times when the scorn comes. If it's, the Pookie, Ray, a brother who doesn't have his life together, and he's messing with, like, a rounder Caucasian woman, they don't care. Yeah. Yes, if it's that guy, it's not an issue. But if it's someone like I'm just said in my circle, right? It's right who has his life together. Mentally, who's mentally fit, who's physically fit, who's financially fit, it's a different story. And, we sometimes you will distance yourself from, women who run their mouth like that. But then it's like, let me find that one sister, right, who got it together. Now, it is hard to do that. I'll attest to it. It has been difficult, for me to unearth that lady. Right. Been looking, but no luck so far. That's all right.
Right.
Yeah, it's the communication, right? A lot of times, I've learned, just being like a well-spoken Black man, many of the women that I have met feel like I'm talking above them. And when you hear that, or when a woman tells you that, or you can see it in her body language, it's like, oh, okay. Even if you meet her online, or maybe you're out and about, you grocery store or something like that, you run into each other. It's a hit and miss. And a lot of times, or the majority of the time, it is a miss for me. I'm okay with that. Except my life will continue to be amazing. So, what else do I have in notes?
I'm real good until I got notes on my show. Be like, all right, somebody learned.
I was listening. That's listening. Take notes, man. I got them right there on my other screen. But one thing that we have to do with each other, right, is we think about the delivery of how we communicate, and the message a lot of times does get lost, right? Because it's like, he said it, it's how this person said it. But I like to think of it like this. Okay, people talk negatively about Kevin Samuels all day long. But guess what? Here comes Monique. Babies, let me talk to you about something. Her message came from the same place of love, and they shot that woman down so hard. So right? It's not the messenger or how it's delivered. It is the message. People a lot of times don't want that. They reject it. Even Jesus, right, was bringing a message, and we know what happened. Right. So, when I know we can be very tactful, but not everyone is going to be receptive, right, to the message at hand. We can try to put, the medicine in the candy, but a lot of times it's it's still, not going to get to the place where we needed to get to, right? Yeah, it's
let me ask you this: with your experience dealing with the manosphere, what you may have observed on this platform, because Bernard Riley's platform is totally different than this platform. From what you've observed on this platform, how would you say to make it better, or what literature or stuff would you advise that I can begin to educate, whether it's both men and women or whoever is willing to eat of the fruit of proper communication? And what have you seen, and in the sense of just for today or tonight, rather, good, bad, or indifferent?
Okay, well, when we say better, right, can we define that just a little bit more? Are you trying to, obtain more subscribers, or what's the goal? Because that's how I work. They
Sure.
understand what the goal is, yeah, and work backwards.
Okay, goal would probably be quality, and then I figure once you got quality, then your subscribers come, because I'm in it to help. I'm in it to serve. Yes, I don't want to serve for free, but it ain't one of my end all be all. Like, okay, I want to be the top dog, 100 subscribed, 100,000. If God feels I'm worthy to have those numbers, then let it be. But I also don't want to be producing junk either. I want to be able to, if I ever had to walk away from this platform, I want to walk away knowing that people are better today than before I even came into this platform.
Can you give me one moment? I got to take.
Sure.
And I'm curious when he comes back. I'm not to push back or just I'm curious about his name, about the alpha male part of his name. I'm just.
Cool. Yeah. Paige, you are so welcome. And like I said, and he even told you, I even have an IG. You can IG me. Tomorrow you wake up more questions. I'm on Instagram. Vaughn, if you can give it an Instagram information, if you got it. I'm on Instagram. You can go to the about page. When this stream is over, you can go to the comment section. I will respond. How in the world I miss Alpha's message that came 2 days late when I responded? I have no clue. But normally I will answer within a decent amount of time so that you're not waiting all day. So yeah. Alpha Male Honesty, Candid Ann had a question about your name.
Yes.
Go ahead, Candid Ann.
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh, yes. I was just curious about how, because I know why my name is Candid Ann and Uncle Stu, old man on the block. I was just curious about how the alpha part, the alpha male honesty. How did you come up with this alpha male, or like how does your name represent you? I guess I'm just trying to, and I'm not saying that I agree. Keep in mind, I know you're not familiar with myself. I'm just asking the question because I don't know any better. So I'm just asking for education. I'm not asking because I have a disagreement with it or agreement with it. I'm just asking for clarification because I just want to know, what do you mean by alpha male honesty? How does that represent who you are or what you're about?
Awesome. Well, thank you for the clarification. You didn't have to preface it. I kind of already were as soon as you would have asked, because I had explained it a few times. So I think that many people misconstrue the term alpha male now. They liken it to the asshole or the jerk, right? The super cocky guy that is just out there just doing his thing, being a womanizer and all that good stuff. But then the other side of that, right? About who an alpha male really is. He's going to be decisive. He's going to be a problem solver. He's going to be a very good communicator. He is going to be empathetic, right? And not just to himself, but also for the needs, right, of others. He's a problem solver, right? People come to him when there is a matter, like, hey, this is going on right now. Can you help us out with this? This is the alpha that. This is the alpha of who I am, right? Yeah, I was out there going bananas too, like a whole bunch of other cats. I make no lies about that. And anyone who knows me knows this. But that's not, what my life is about. I've been able to move far beyond that. And you take the meat and again you leave the bones. The value that I create for myself, the value that I create for others in their lives, is what an alpha male does, right? He's going to be like an amazing father, which I am a father, right? So I was married for quite a long time. I've done that already. even like, an uncle, a brother, a son. These are all, the qualities that every alpha male should have, not just, you're just out there running the streets, right? Doing your thing. And that is the one thing, that negative connotation that most people typically remember now. They receive it from the media, and that's all they kind of hold on to. But if you ask them, right, if they came to say from a nuclear family, or you ask them about, their father and he was a solid man, I'm pretty sure dad was alpha. Like, oh yeah, my dad was this and my dad was that. Exactly. So if your dad was that, and he was the first man that you knew, right, the first, strong man that taught you, why would that not be someone else also?
Is the alpha male
And
looking for an alpha female, or are you looking for a submissive
no,
female?
no, we don't do. Alpha females are not in this. I've heard the term alpha female. First off, we don't play the same game, right? You can play the same game, but we are different. I play with the guys, right? The women play with the women. There is definitely a separation. Alpha females aren't in competition with alpha men. We are in competition with other men, right? For resources. That's why typically when when I say, if I go on a date and a woman's telling me, oh, I do this, I do that, I'm like, yeah, that's great and all, but all of that doesn't make you more attractive to me, right? It will not make a woman prettier, just won't, right? And or I say, if I've been on dating apps in the past, and when I see women put like their credit score and all that other stuff, I'm an alpha female. Most men in my position aren't looking for that. We do want more of we kind of know, we want a submissive woman. And the submissive is subjective, right, to that man. Not every man is going to want the same submissive woman. I
Right.
think you're right. I think that's something that is lost in the communication. We don't, right? Like, oh, submissive, she's gonna be, barefoot in the kitchen, having babies, and make me a sandwich and bring my my orange juice with a whole bunch of pulp in it. No, it's based on that man, what he wants, right, and what she's willing to agree to, right? What's who she is, and whatever they have is what they have. That's no one else's business.
You know what? I'm so happy you just made that statement. I just said that before this live stream to someone else. That every man, you can't judge one man's home by another, or one man's statement. And some men, I'll be real honest. Some men got some expectations of women that's like, good luck trying to find that. I don't care if you go overseas. Good luck trying to find that one. I don't care where you go. Like good luck. You know what I'm saying? But I'm also happy you made another distinction, and if you don't mind, speak on that. You didn't dismiss alpha women. You just said alpha women operate in a different environment. And I think that's misconstrued also in communication, that you can be an alpha woman, but you're an alpha woman with other women. You're not the alpha woman trying to compete with an alpha man. Is that the clarity that needs to also be understood?
Absolutely. I've told that to a lot of women, like, oh, I'm an alpha female. I'm like, okay, well, you can say that because you think it sounds good. It's a buzzword, right about now. But the men you want, we don't care for that, right? We want a woman that's going to be, if we're with you, we come home, even if it's coming home at the same time, we both have jobs. We still want the softer side of you. We don't want that, oh, you are going hard in the paint all day at work and you still feel that you have to, do more at home. No, we know you. An alpha male wants you to be able to rest in your femininity at all times. He's there, right? You can go ahead and take whatever it is off your shoulders. We got this. Very, very simple. But a lot of men aren't there either. That's one thing. So, if she has to do more work, that man is messing up. right? He might not be there just yet. But then again, you can typically discover that before, you get into, that long-term relationship or marriage.
I'm glad you said that, because that's when we was on the panel together. I didn't, everybody knew I was ready to go on attack, but I didn't. That was kind of the issue I had with the other gentleman that was on the panel as well, so it was like, okay, I got it. And we'll talk about that in the back sphere. The last question I have, and then I'm gonna let you finish flowing, because I got a book called Alpha Male Bible, which really talks about going from beta to alpha. So, that's going to be a lesson I plan to put together, because it really goes exactly to the heart. I told you, I'm a reader, man. Y'all give me books, I'm gonna order it.
Alpha Male Bible. Now, that was me also, because when I was 18, I remember this woman, right? She just kind of destroyed me, and I held on to that pain for quite a while, right? She, I'll tell you, like she was my sister's friend, pretty young lady, and she's like, Tobias, I like you and all, but you're just too nice. That is a video I am about to shoot, or probably get
okay.
Women don't understand the damage you do to men when you tell us that, right? Especially at a young age, we will hold on to it, and when that man gets his life right, when he gets his money right, and he is fit, he good looking, he takes those words and flips it like I did. And I remember she told me that, and then when I moved to Europe, right, I'm like, okay, and I got I got divorced. Women don't like nice guys, so let me just flip it on its head and take it to the extreme and see what happens. Turns out a lot of women liked the other side, the jerk, the dark knight, or whatever you want to call them, the asshole, a lot. And you have, experiences. So it's like, but then you have to grow, or a man should grow beyond that, right? Like, hey, I've been there, I've done that. Okay, let's look for other challenges in my life. How much money can I make this year? Right? What new skills, what new books, what new networks can I build with individuals? What value can I actually create for myself, for my son, for those around me that are meaningful? Far more challenges come up that are far more exciting, actually, because you get bored with that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you learn, right? Then a lot of people they're damaged, and they have not addressed the trauma that is there. And I had to address mine. I said I can call it out. I know who it was. Then I remember the night it happened, all of it. But now it doesn't bother me anymore. I had to discover it. Learn what it came from, why I was hurt, why I was hurting other people in the process, right? Even though there's the fun associated with it, you still have to be able to go back and okay, this is what it was, this is why it happened, this is how, this is the how, the what, the how, the why, and maybe they didn't mean to do that, right? Because kids, but then you don't know how to address those matters back then, and then they can play out and further along down the line and all that stuff in life. But once you've addressed it and you come out of that, you become a much better man, and then standards come, like big time. You do have your standards. Then yeah, that's a whole other topic we could get into though.
Right. And I'm going to tell you, that's really how I'm trying to get the platform, solution based. I know I don't have the reach right now that people would want, but I wanted that when someone comes to the platform, they can at least see that this is a solution-based platform, that this is not necessarily a woman bashing platform and all that other stuff, but at the same time growing and developing people wherever they're at. I love this quotation. Remember I said I had an older gentleman. Here it is. And this was after the Bernard Raleigh. Alpha is a mindset, a collection of traits that distinguishes men between each other. It's not solely based on height, physique, earning, or social status. This is a baby boomer, by the way.
I completely agree with that quote. That is very, I mean, it's, I don't like calling things perfect because it could probably still be
Yeah,
amended, but yeah, that is a very close to, an amazing quote, right? It really, really is.
right,
And I think if more people read it, and then like you, sometimes like it's like whatever you're reading, whether you're studying for school or you read the Bible, some passages you have to read a few times. They got to sink in overnight, and you're gonna read it again the next day for it to really click, for you to internalize it,
right.
right? Because it resonates, but over time you internalize it, and like I said, that term like the just like alpha or alpha male, you'll see it in others, right? Other men, we see it in other men, and you're like, oh, okay, hit him right there. We'll talk. Let's get together. Let's hang out. We won't immediately become friends. We still have that. Um, even simpler, right? For those who come from the hood like me, it's game recognized game. Real
Right.
simple. You'll know that individual who is similar to you because the behaviors, the patterns, the thought process, the way you move, the way you solve problems, the way you communicate is all present. Even if you do it a little differently, it's still there.
Thank you for explaining that. Do you have a channel? I'm interested in hearing more from you.
Um,
Yes, I do. Is
yeah, put it in the thing. Vaughn, can you put Alpha Male Honesty in his YouTube channel in the chat for me, please?
yeah, my channel's like I've been creating content. I don't know, just over a year. Well, I can't remember when I dropped my first video, but I'm probably taking it in a different way because it started off, helping women to actually understand how men think and how, when it comes to dating, meeting, relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And like some of my videos got, a few thousand views, right? Like one of them I think has like 25,000 views. But I'm trying to figure out like which direction I really want to take it right now. But definitely doing a lot more lives since like I've been doing pre-recorded content.
Yeah, and for me, I'm trying to I'm trying to mix it up. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm doing the live so that people get to know me as an individual, as well as me to be able to hear the collective thoughts. But then I also want to do more content where people have a library of information to be able to, on their own, go look at this video on communication, etc. Um, Wally, I got it, but I only want YouTube channels drop when I have the individual up here. Um, I didn't see that content, and I don't want to be advising people to go to a content that I haven't seen or evaluated. I do know who Trash Can Waves is, but again, I didn't see the content, and I need to be able to see the content before I can push someone else's content. So I get it that you say he broke that down, but again, it would be more respectful if he was on the panel and everybody's able to hear what he got to say. Alpha Male Honesty is on the panel. Candid Ann is on the panel. Those are the two that needs to be represented at this time. That's why I asked, because I didn't even see him in the chat. But I got you. You okay? You didn't know. I'm not beating you up. You didn't know. You didn't know.
Yeah, I'm interested. I
Yeah.
hope that you do go live, Mr. Alpha Male Honesty, because I would like to have, I don't know, I'm interested in some of your viewpoints regarding your experience and how it can be a teachable moment, not only for men, but also for women, in understanding how, if they want to be married to, whether it's an alpha male or I would just say a solid dude. I don't know if high value or what. I'm not into all of the into all of the different words to describe men. I'm
But
just talking about a
buzzwords.
good guy, a honest dude, and I'd be interested in hearing from you just to understand a little bit about, because I'm married. I've been married for a long time, so I have no I have no horse in this race. Okay, but I do think it's warranted to have these conversations so that women can understand what the expectations of a man is. a man that's going to speak to them with decency and a calm demeanor, that can still tell the truth, the honest truth, which is why I'm here on the Uncle Stu's panel, and I'm also interested in hearing from, just other perspectives from different age groups and things like that. So that's why I asked a little bit about the alpha male thing, because I wasn't exactly sure, like, what exactly do you understand? And thank you for explaining it to me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I saw that you had followed me or subscribed, so I've subscribed to your channel also. Definitely open to doing like a collaboration, going live together, and getting those talking points out there so people can can learn, right? Because folks have questions. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and dropping some real truth, some knowledge from a place of love, from a place of from experience, and I mean not even just anecdotal experience. I've actually I've interviewed a ton of women on, back in the day, right? I was on some dating apps, and I've always been able to connect with or match with a very attractive women. And I would always ask them, hey, why did you like my profile? And they would tell me why. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you didn't have a hat and sunglasses on, right? You're not holding a gun. You're not standing in front of a car that's not yours, and all this other stuff. And when they told me this, I go, well, guys don't do that. They're like, oh, you're smiling. And I'm like, well, men's profiles are bad. And a lot of them would go on a rant about how terrible they were. So I actually built an app, right, that I called Match Help. And Match Help helped men select the best pictures for their dating app profiles. And so with these, going through these interviews, right, it showed me a lot about what a lot of women say they are looking for, right, in a man. But also when I was conducting what's called usability testing, a lot of times what they say they wanted wasn't actually what they selected. Right?
Are you married?
So no, I'm divorced.
Doom, 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 doom. I'm just being silly. I'm just being silly. Please, sometimes I make jokes. I know you don't know me and stuff like that. So I talk about serious topics and I push the envelope sometimes, but sometimes I'm just silly. So don't pay that any mind, okay?
I do not have thin skin. I don't. Hold on. Go ahead. Can I jump in real fast? Let's do it. Yeah, I don't have thin skin, right? I don't get angry. There's only one woman I can say probably ever who's been able to piss me off, and we have the same mother. So yeah, I don't get angry like that. I know some folks do. Everybody's like super politically correct. That's not really me, right? I'm still very tactful, with my conversation.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is because I have this little thing about me, and that while I believe personally that I can learn from a wide variety of people, I've always found it fascinating. So that men will come up on there and they'll be dating experts, or women will be on here and they'll be dating experts, and they don't have a successful dating relationship. And so I don't know, maybe you do, maybe you've been married for 15 years and I would still consider that a successful relationship, because that's a long time. I just don't know. But so that's the reason why I kind of asked. I've even asked Uncle Stu that question a while back when I first met him, like, are you married? Because it kind of helps me to understand a little bit about where you're coming from and just a little bit about your experience and your perspective.
I was married for 10.5 years, and I was with my son's mother married to his mother for 10.5 years and with her for 12. So yeah, I've been there. So, and a lot, again, if I speak to people, again, who call themselves dating coaches, whatever their title is, a lot, if they haven't, again, like you mentioned, had that long-term relationship and actually being married or living in the same household, a lot of times it is kind of tough for me to take what they say, right, as I would call it lack of truth or something, but it's a very different experience when you have been in a marriage, right? And I'm y'all live together, y'all paying taxes and all that good stuff, the ups and the downs, versus someone who's just, oh, well, I've never really done that before. I had a girlfriend for 2.5 years and I've just been, out here, running the streets for a while. You're missing a lot, right? You won't be able to talk to a man who is married or has been married, because you don't know what that experience is, or a woman that has been married or is married, you don't know. So yeah, thank you for the question. So,
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, hold up real quick. Thinking Man Podcast, I was on his platform last night, but you are the one I need to be on this platform. So make sure you drop your email. Send me an email, because I've been trying to hunt you down for the longest. You hung out with Tim. Now I need you over here. So whenever you get a chance, drop me your email. And me and you gonna have that collaboration. He said something, Candidate, and I'm in agreement with that. Sometimes I don't look at whether a woman or a man has a divorce record, because I can learn from a divorced man just as much as I can learn from a married man. That's just like alcoholics learn from alcoholics, and drug users learn from other drug users that's trying to recover. Because I would always say, when someone asks me about my divorce, I would say, I've said it in front of my child, I should have never got married, because I recognized there was some areas that, I wasn't ready for. And I don't blame her for that. You know what I'm saying? In spite of everything I went through, there was some areas that I should have had together, because I was coming out of one broken, toxic situation and kind of took a brokenness of me into another relationship. So in one side, I was wrong, but I can teach men, even from that experience, what not to do.
I agree.
That's why I say, even for you, you have a voice even in a man's space, although you're a woman. Why? Because think about what you're learning and what you're visually seeing, to the point where you can say, hey, women, I do know men that are in this manosphere space that don't talk like everybody, or don't talk like this platform, or don't talk like that platform. They will actually sit down and have a conversation with you. And that's something that is not seen. And again, I agree with Alpha Male, which is, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you all 100 people that's running around the manosphere is right. I'm still working on programs to figure out, okay, where is some of the men at? What is some of the things they need to learn? What is some of the education they need to have? What is some of the training? Where do I go to get the mental health? When I say to people, yeah, I do have to be at a certain number in order to do certain things, that's just the name. That's just the name of the game. If I use the word game, but at the same time, I'm thanking God that He's bringing me what I need when I need it. So like now I know, okay, I'm going to do an educational platform on, this Alpha Male Bible that I got, because evidently men need that. How to communicate, how to talk, how to have conflict resolution. These are all the things that we see as the problem, but where do you go to get the solution? So evidently I got to be solution oriented.
Agreed. That's why I admire you. So I thank you for allowing me to come up on here once again.
That is not a problem. I said you initiated it. I'm glad Alpha Male came here, because I communicated with him in the back channel. I'm like, I normally don't miss emails, and his was communicated 2 days ago. So I really look bad. I was looking bad. It's one thing that I see in a couple of hours, but a couple of days, like, how in the world did I miss this?
It is all right. I mean, we have our lives. I think I was thinking, you had, a bunch of folks reaching out, like, hey, he'll get to me. I already knew that. So
okay, cool.
Oh, and Candid Ann, it's very nice connecting with you.
Thank you. I'm going to be looking at your stuff, and just so that you know, I ask tough questions, but it's always in respect. So I hope as we get to know each other, And you seem to be a very reasonable person, but I'm here to have conversations, tough conversations, so I'll be watching. I'm telling you, I will be watching and paying attention, and I hope that she'll, perhaps do the same.
Absolutely. Yeah. When it comes, I solve tough problems for a living, so bring it.
Okay, there you go. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's you're. I am not one of those other guys. Like, oh, okay, she sent me a message. I'm not going to respond.
No, it's not even
Like,
that not that you're gonna respond. It's just how you respond. Like
mhm.
how you respond. So it's not about like if you don't respond, that's okay. But when I ask a tough question, it's really about like you educating me and helping me out, or just answering the question for clarification, and it's about how you respond. So yeah, I'm just interested. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
I actually have. Okay, I've told many women something very, very similar. Right when like so I say, hey, the I actually have a video on it, right? And like it's the two most important questions you can ask a man. And he said, well, do you know who you are as a man? And do you know what your purpose is? And it's not what he says, it's how he says it. And he typically, if he any man who knows where he's at in life, he's on, what he's handling his business, he's probably gonna be surprised if you ask. But he's not gonna have like that high pitch in his voice, like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I know who I am. Oh, because that's a very serious question. That's a very, very deep question to ask a man. And when we know, we know. And it's not what he says to answer you. Because a lot of times women they want to, you're looking for an answer. I'm like, no, it's not the answer that he gives you. It's how he says it. Like, yes, I do know who I am as a man. There shouldn't be any pitch increase in his voice for either one. And you might be looking for the what, but it's not the what. It is the how he says it.
So for me, I would never ask a man that question because I'd be watching you. I'd be watching your
Mhm,
interaction with your family. When we go to
mhm.
dinner, I'd be watching your interaction with the waiter, with the person that's cleaning up around you. I'd be watching you. I'd be watching everything about you. I'd be watching what you wear. It doesn't have to be designer clothes. Did you wash your clothes? Or are they ironed? I'd be watching everything. I'm like when I tell you that I'm a sponge, I'm watching you. So I would never ask a man that question. I would not implore any woman to ask a man that question. I implore women to watch men's actions to see because people can decide that they might not even be aware of what they're doing. So, I'm watching you and you don't know I'm watching you. That's what I'm doing. I'm watching you when you think no one is watching you. I'm watching. I'm watching your interaction. I'm watching how you speak to your kids. I'm watching how you speak to your child's mother. I'm watching what I'm watching. And I implore women to watch, to pay attention. Now, you don't always have to say anything. You don't have to like as a woman, I don't feel like I need to speak on everything, but I'm taking it all in and I'm making an assessment.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't date 90% of black men, including myself.
Well, I don't think that
No, I'm
everyone is
saying that.
perfect.
No. I'm saying that for a reason. I'm saying that for a reason. It's not a negative. It's not even a pushback. It's for a reason. The reason I say that is because I don't speak to my sister, but there's reasons.
Right, that I would
Right.
understand.
And there's a lot of men, one of the greatest, I'm going to say this with sensitivity, but it's not sensitivity towards you as the individual. It's sensitivity to somebody that's going to hear it. Sometimes people got to break away from their families in order to be who they really need to be.
Absolutely. I have
And
spoken about
and
that
and
so
and
much.
that's why I said the standards that you got, if another woman took it, they can be losing out on a great person because some of us as men and I speak to my mother and father. There's a whole lot of people I've had to no longer communicate with in order for me to get whole. And I know I can't go back into those situations. Why? Because it's gonna intoxicate me, destroy me, and everything else. It's a hard life, but it's also a biblical principle. Abraham had to move away from his family in order to go into the land of Canaan. That's why here I'm uncle, but I open up myself so that other men can see, hey, this dude ain't always going to sit on this platform and act like he's God Almighty. He's been through some pain. He's been through some issues. How did he do it? And just showing the example that it can be done. It isn't easy, and you can't come out whole. That's why I said, I listened to all that stuff. I said, Lord, if Candid Ann was trying to date me, boy, we'd be in trouble right now.
No, but you see, that's the thing, Uncle Stu. Don't get caught up on the fact that, like, okay, so the relationship between you and some of your family members might not be perfect. But I also mentioned when we go out to dinner, how are you treating the waiter? How are you treating the
Right. I
staff?
got you on that one. Yeah.
I'm drawing an entire picture. It's not just
Picture.
about one thing. It's not just about one
Right.
interaction. Because I understand that, I can think at a high enough level to understand that sometimes relationships in history is complicated. So
Right.
I'm just saying that in general, how are you treating your common man? How are you talking to the waiter at the
Right.
restaurant that you don't know, that you have no history with? How are you speaking to the staff? I'm watching everything and making an assessment. It's not just about the relationship between you and your mom or your sister or anything like that.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, Dr. H19D, I need you, although you're not on the platform, I do see you, but I need you to uncam up because I don't need no funny situations happening on this live. So I just need you to cam up. I won't put you up, but I do need to know that you are who you say you are. So I do need you to cam up. All right. Okay.
And just real quick, all right.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to the panel. I gotta run. Yeah,
No
my
problem.
son is
I
waiting on
thank
me
you.
right now. We are about to go grab some dinner. So let's see, Uncle Stu again. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the panel. Candid Ann, thank you for the questions. I am awaiting, your tough questions because I enjoy the intellect, right? The thought that it takes to actually come up with a question and then creating the thought to actually answer it, making sure I actually comprehend the question properly. You want to send some to me ahead of time? That works too. If not, put me on the spot. Let's do it.
Nice
Sounds
meeting
good.
you. Thank you so much.
Same.
All right.
Okay. Enjoy your evenings, everybody.
You too.
All right. Is there someone else? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing? How y'all doing?
Doing well.
I was just enjoying the combo, and you guys was hitting some good topics. I said, man, let me see if I could slide in without disrupting the good energy. You know what I'm saying?
All right, appreciate you. What you got to add or question or anything like that?
Well, I kind of jumped in a little late, but I heard y'all talking about the alpha topic and everything.
Okay.
And I be kind of surfing through these YouTube streets and
Right.
everything. I always kind of grew up just kind of thinking that I was more on the alpha side. I think it's and I see a lot of dudes, I read a lot of comments, and I think a lot of dudes are kind of running to YouTube trying to find out what this sauce is or what the alpha is all about. But I think it's just kind of like a gift that some people have and some people don't. It's not a bad thing if you don't have it, and I don't think it's nothing that you can come to YouTube and learn. You feel me? I mean, no offense to nobody's beliefs or whatever. That's just my belief.
Well, I'll say this. It's a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
You can learn it academically and get an idea of what it really looks like, but then you got to put in the work to be like. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I can look at someone who owns real estate and how they run the business, and I can read books, but then I got to put in the work in order to match, in theory, what the book is saying. So, can you go from being a follower to a leader? Absolutely, but it takes training. It takes mentorship. You know what I'm saying? So it takes someone to see what it really looks like versus someone saying what it looks like.
Right.
That's where you would say, okay, if you see what a family looks like, what a husband, a wife, how the wife operate, how the husband operate, how the children is operating, you got a picture. Now, if that person that's doing it is saying, well, these are the things that I had to do. These are the things I had to learn. These are the lessons. I took L's and made them into lessons. You see what I'm saying? And you get to see that, then that's where it really changes and shifts. I agree with you. There's guys running around saying, I'm alpha. Real alpha men don't say I'm alpha.
Right.
They're just operating. There are some things that you're not going to see on YouTube. Why? Because let's be honest, good, healthy relationships ain't on YouTube. You don't see too many husband, wives setting up panels to teach all this. They too busy living their life, especially once you get into the 50-something category. You know what I'm saying? 50-year-olds are not sitting up here trying to do a YouTube page. They either close to retirement or they living their life. So it's very hard to see that. And then you got some people that just opportunists and say they alpha, and it's just like the gentleman said, people's mixing up the definition that alpha got about 20 women and they just doing all this crazy stuff, which is not necessarily the case. So you're right in one regards, and I'll give you that, but again, all I can do as a content creator is actually do the content to try to show what it looks like, and hopefully they can at least take some of that knowledge and try to implement application. So it wouldn't necessarily be a noun, but it goes back to education. Here's the noun of the alpha. Here is the work of it. So it might take you a month, it might take you 6 months, it might take you a year. But as long as you're trying to do it and put it into practice, hopefully you'll be able to do it just by nature. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it's not a bad thing. I think it
Right.
Just like religion, people got their different religions. At the end of the day, it's all about, for the most part, good living. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you're striving to be, at least a replica of what alpha is, or how they move, I could definitely see that. I just think it's more of a natural thing that you're born with, like a leader amongst men. You put 100 men in a room, and the let's say the top 10 that everybody gravitates to, and then you take the 1 or 2 out of that, and that happens. You
Right.
can drop 100 men, just a random study, and you just drop them in a room and see how they take the money away. I think we're getting wrapped up in this money and all of that money has nothing to do with alpha at all,
Right.
in my opinion.
No, you're right.
know.
Thank you so
absolutely
much for
right.
saying that. I'm so happy that you said that. Thank you for saying that, because we're so focused on the money, as if men's value are wrapped up in their wallets. Like,
Right.
men are so much more valuable than your money. So much more
Exactly.
valuable than your provision. There's so I just thank you. Thank you for saying that.
He's absolutely right. Every comment that I've given has been men that's over 55 years old that has leadership, that is leading a family, they're leading children, they're leading their wives. You'll never hear them say I'm alpha. They just doing what they need to do. One thing that I'm recognizing, being on YouTube for a quote short period of time, we also in a situation where we're in this dynamic and people is in lockdown. So we got to definitely make sure that everybody's health mentally is squared away, and unfortunately, people's going to gravitate to a platform that got chaos than one that got peace. So I can only handle the ones that want peace and get them right.
Totally.
You
Then I
know?
heard what's your name? Candid Ann?
Yes.
Well, she was talking about what women want and different. Hey, I'm sorry for butting in.
No,
it was some good stuff though.
You're fine. Listen.
Okay.
If the one thing about this platform that I'm trying to have is when I do have, if I'm not doing interviews and it's me doing the topic, it's for those conversations. Whether you're coming up to say, hey, Uncle Stu, I got this problem going on. How do I handle it? Or I heard this. Can we get clarification? Or, hey, I want to add to this conversation, and you're adding to the conversation. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good that both men and women can come to a platform and be able to say, oh, black men ain't yelling and screaming and fussing and fighting and calling women out their names and their character. Or if a woman does come up and say something that most men may say, oh, she for the da-da-da, that I can talk her through. Hey, this is why this may have happened to you, or this is why this may happen to you, or this is why men are saying this, or this is why you might be getting, because if no one really teaches, how is anyone going to learn?
Exactly.
So you are fine.
Well, I'm not married, for the record, because I saw you, the other guy.
It's all right. It's all right.
I am not. I'm not out here though. I mean, I don't want to say it's like I'm married. That's like, it is. I've seen these conversations,
Right.
go down on these. I respect marriage. My parents, well, actually, they got married when my mother was pregnant with me. Then they, I think they had what I would say, I mean, good, they were together, but they had a very argumentative kind of relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ended up remarrying. So they divorced when I was about 17 or something. And then they remarried maybe like 10 years ago after being split up for, some time or whatever. But it's just when she was talking about like what do men want and things like that. And I was kind of thinking, because I'm actually with somebody that, we kind of grew together. We're not married, but and I don't judge other married relationships, but and I don't want to say it's like we're married, because then it's just go everywhere. I love her, she loves me. Hopefully one day we can have that celebration, right? But I just don't think, from a man's perspective, I don't know about how women look at guys, but I think that there is just so many what a woman would call special guys out there that will actually cherish you. It's not unlimited, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you could just, because you got choices, and you got guys through your whole life that maybe try to shoot their shot, and you got to turn so many people down in order to entertain so many other people. But you're not gonna get 100 guys that's just gonna cherish you so much to where this guy's willing to die for you, or jump in front of the bullet for you, or whatever. I mean, you got guys. There was a situation in my city where a guy was messing with a female, and her baby's dad, was jealous or whatever, had some type of situation. And
Are you from LA?
He came to the house. I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Oh, Washington. Okay.
And the baby's dad comes to the house, and the guy that she was with, he jumps out the window. She ends up getting harmed. Like, whose fault? I mean, of course, the guy that the baby's dad that was enraged coming over to the house, you know, he's obviously the guy in fault. But do you blame the guy that was over there, whatever they were doing, having a good time, early relationship, that he didn't want to step in right there?
Yeah, I know the video. I know the video you're referring to. I saw that video. I don't do a lot of reactionary videos, so I would barely stay away from reacting to that one because I don't know the full dynamics of that whole situation and proper context. What I will do though, I'm gonna go back to something you said. One question is, do you want to be married?
Oh yeah.
Okay, because one thing that I would always advise my young brothers, because I presume, you know, you said you wasn't 40, you're not 50, is it starts with you. You know, it starts with you. So I try to get my brothers to not focus on the whole, focus on the individual, and then it becomes the collective. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Definitely.
Okay. And then the last question comes from one of the chat members. It says, "Why are you waiting to be married? Like, what's holding you up as an individual?"
I don't think nothing. You know, if I could take it back, if I could go back 15 years or whatever, and you know, the things that the space that me and my lady is in right now. You know, I probably would have done the you know, kind of, it's because it's kind of like, you know, you're going to get in this relationship, especially if you're young, and you're going to get married, and things are going to get good or stay good or better or whatever. I mean, you kind of don't know. So, like, if I could give advice to somebody else, you know, if you find that one that you feel is the one, maybe pull the trigger faster. You know, I don't think I damaged anything. I think we both, like in the beginning, I definitely wasn't ready. She's definitely a totally different woman now, you know, than she was then. I mean, she was feminine and all that. That's why, you know, she stayed around long enough, you know, and I could tolerate her. But, you know, she's definitely a totally different person now. So I mean, I don't think nothing's holding me back as far as you know, proposing or, you know, anything like that. You know, she's definitely.
Yeah, I don't see it as a black and white answer. You know, it was asked of me, so I'm asking you, and I don't see nobody like trying to beat you up for decisions you make. You know, decisions you and your woman is making. You know, it was just a general question. Like, you know, like I had a dude who told me he had 3 kids, 1 woman, and they lived together for over 10 years. And, you know, you try to compare that to marriage, and I'm going, well, she gave you 3 children. You still don't know whether she was married material. I don't know. I scratch my head where it don't itch on that one. But that's me. That could be my old head thinking as opposed to a young person thinking. But what else do you have?
Nothing much. I was just, I thought Candid Ann was going to pop off with a few questions or something, you know.
You know, I have some thoughts, but I mean, we've been on here for almost 4 hours now. I do have some thoughts. I mean, I'm just as a woman, you know, I mean, I'm curious about if you guys have kids together.
Yeah, we do.
We do, but you just still haven't married her. So like
honestly, marriage, and that's why I didn't really want to go down this road, but it's really not that important to me.
That's fine.
It's not.
Is it important
to her? I think it could be. You maybe I could get her on here and you could ask her that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just curious. I'm just curious because oftentimes men, you know, women will complain that men are using them. And if you don't have, you can, I don't know, was it the get the milk without buying the cow, and that, you know, we are not getting married, but we're being baby mamas. And we are, I mean, look, I don't know you and I respect you, But if we're talking about relationships and how we are the least marriageable and we're allowing ourselves to be baby mamas, and it seems like you're in a loving, respectful relationship, but I don't
Right.
know if that's any different than what we've been talking about so long. Men have been talking about, where you have 2 or 3 kids with this person and you still didn't get married. I'm just curious, but like I said, that's none of my business. I mean, it seems like you're in a loving relationship, and you know what works with you guys has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
If it works for you and her, you're good. I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And let me tell you this: I love your honesty. I love it. I love the fact that you even say, "Well, you know what? I don't want to be married, but I'll get her on just to ask the question." But I agree with Candid Ann. No matter what I think, Candid Ann think, anybody in the chat think, this is also not a talking point platform. Because at the end of the day, you have to be happy. At the end of
Exactly.
the day, she has to be happy. At the end of the day, we just want to see a healthy man, a healthy woman raise healthy children.
That's right.
And if
Definitely.
you got a healthy environment, man, you're already more than 50% of the way there.
Yeah.
You feel
Yes.
me? And that's what's really important to me.
But
Is
I don't
that
want I don't want to think that
environment?
my job is done once I, let's say I propose and just get married. Like this
Mhm.
is I'm committed in this. We got children together. We've developed and created a beautiful life. Like I'm not like some guy that really cares. Like let's say she just want to split and take everything or whatever. It's materialistic to me. I'm like when I said a real alpha. That's I felt like that since a really young age. Like anything I can do it twice.
Mhm.
This I'm dedicated to this woman. I wouldn't like take the house or take the car and leave. Like you can
Mhm.
have it all. Here, take it. If
Oh,
that's
don't let
what she
TLA
wants
hear
to
this.
do, listen. I don't because I'm not a bitter guy.
Right.
This is my friend. We've been through everything. Ups and downs. Splits and come back and at the end of the day, like if I could do it all over again, but I don't know if I could have, because when you marry someone, I think that, and I could be wrong, but I think that cheating stuff is totally out. And me, I think if I would have got married young, I don't think that I could have been totally like committed and like monogamous and I wouldn't want to put myself in that situation where I knew deep down inside that and this is things that I had to learn about, just the genetics about being a man and why we feel the way we feel, you know. And for a minute, I thought it was a problem with me, but it's a problem that a lot of men and most men struggle with. Being monogamous is not as easy as just saying that. So, when you get in that marriage and that bond, you want to make sure that it's serious and you want to make sure that you're totally on board. I think that that's some of the meat and potatoes that kind of get erased. People don't really talk about it much, but you want to be in that space to where you feel like you can be monogamous. Don't I wouldn't set a young guy up for failure. Hey, get married at 20. You know what I'm saying? And then he just ruined. He's in a worse shape than if he would have waited. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I won't go all the way down the rabbit hole, and I won't go into the debate tonight, all
Mm-hmm.
because that's gonna go down a rabbit hole in a longer conversation.
Mhm.
What I
Mm-hmm.
will say is this: I respect the fact because I've had to do that, and I hope that you setting an example for people in my chat and anybody that's gonna listen to after this video. I always say to men, and I'm speaking strictly to men, if you know you ain't good, it is all right to tell the woman, you good, I ain't good. We ain't going down this way. I'm not going to destroy you because I'm not ready for something you might be totally ready for. That takes a man and a great deep of introspection. So I respect you that you said, I know me in that moment, in that time, in that season, if I'd have got married, I knew I wouldn't have been right. I wouldn't have been a good husband. I would have been this, I'd have been that, I'd have been this. I respect that. So I salute you, sir.
No, thank you, bro.
I salute you.
Yeah, and I would just say one last thing also regarding your situation. Not that I'm some kind of marriage expert, Lord knows I'm not, but you earlier I'd asked you a question and you said, I don't know. Maybe I should pull her up on the panel and you can ask her. I would say to you, instead of asking, you brought these questions here, ask her about it. Ask her, does she want to get married? Ask her, because ultimately what I think, what Uncle Stu thinks doesn't mean anything. Ask her, what do you want? You know, are you happy? Can you see us doing this same thing the same way that we're doing it right now without being married for the next 5, 10, 15 years? What do you want? Ask the woman in your life what's important to her and have that conversation respectfully.
Right. But I think people need to have more conversations about, because that's all I really kind of hear about is that talk about marriage and talk about, and I think, and I hear it in the music, because you get a lot of information from music. And I hear Black women's music, and they never talk about, let's sit down and draw up this business plan, or let's try to find out how to make passive income, all of this. But I understand that conversation is important. I'm gonna tell you about and how the attention span of these young men that are growing up, because I talk to a lot of young men. Somebody in my neighborhood, I try to get, young guys on the right path, but they're gonna need a little bit more substance from a woman. You besides that, you could just hold it down, take care of the kids. Like, can you?
What do you mean by substance? I'm
well, they don't. Honestly, most women that I see, and because I'm not dating or anything, but if you listen to the music nowadays, just like you can listen to the music and find out everything what men are up to, they don't talk about business plans, starting businesses, doing anything. It's just love, and brokenhearted. And you see what I'm saying?
Well, let's not look at entertainers to guide us. Let's not look at entertainers in order to live
we're not.
lives.
It's not guiding. It's not guiding. It's a direct fact that women are going to think more about marriage than making passive income. Some guys are money driven, so a lot of times you say, what do men want? They might just pick the girl that is always trying to make passive income and things like that. Just different things besides marriage. Okay, so that's over with. Now what? How do we keep this thing together?
I'm gonna answer that for you. First of all, in February of this year, I will be having a lot of married couples on my panel. I got them in all age ranges and all marital lengths. So those conversations is going to be had. Not everybody can own a business. Not everybody is in marriage to be the next millionaire. You got music being corrupted on both sides, men and women. So I can't necessarily say that's an all woman issue. This is where I'm going to be fair. I can't say that's an all woman issue. I can't say that's an all men issue. That is just a big community issue. I think what's missing is we don't have, or everybody on these platforms do not see how married couples operate in different environments. What works for me in my house may not work for Candid in her house, because she might operate and her husband operate the family different. I got another couple, they've been married, they operate different than maybe me and mine operate. So I think the best thing to do is see many different marriages. And as they say, eat the meat, throw away the bone, because every woman doesn't always want to, just like in my home, mine will work till she's 65. even though I got my own business. But that's because of what she wants to do. But she don't pay any bills. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I pay all the bills, and she do what she want. But some people aren't economically set up to do what I can do. So I can't always make that the standard. All I can do is show you the example. How Candid Ann and her husband operate might be totally different than the way I and Brown Eyes operate. You see what I'm saying? So we even me as a content creator got to sometimes be real sensitive to put out a law or a claim. This is the way it needs to be, and if y'all don't do it this way, you wrong. You know, and we can toboggle people when we get too legalistic. For example, if you go back and although I did a clip, go back and hear the interview I did with Sound of Joy. Sound of Joy is a married man, 45 years, got a YouTube platform. He's the last of the baby boomers. You're going to hear how his relationship with his wife and how he operated and how things went. But guess what? He says today he couldn't operate the same way today that he did when he first met his wife, because there has been changes. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to now operate totally different, because how things used to be and how things are is different. So I would say that would have to be a collective whole for a husband and a wife to get together, wanting to go in and do that. And yes, it's a topic. Don't get me wrong. I think you got valid argument in the sense of husband and wife coming together, understanding money, understanding finances, understanding how we gonna pull our money together, pull our resources together to be better and to develop that. I agree.
So we can have more time together.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't necessarily say the music is just strictly destroying women, because I can show you the same music also destroying my brother.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's destroying them, but just if you listen to the content, you won't hear it. You will not hear a woman talking about getting no type of money unless it's like stripping or, something like that. Even the fellas, they talk about killing everything, but they still talk about doing money moves and trying to buy the block and try to, entrepreneurial things in the content. That was my point. And with a woman, when you go put 10 women's CDs on right now, and they only gonna talk about love. You cheated on me. I want you back. That's the only thing that, like you said, it's a problem that we're programming our women. That this is the pool that we got to choose from. So if they're not thinking about that, they're not listening to podcasts about starting businesses and stuff. They're listening to Keisha Cole.
The reason I'm gonna push back on that, the only reason why I'm gonna push back on that is because argumentatively, I think there's you don't even need to listen to a podcast. They got way too many outlets, and I don't mean to say it as a way too many. There's more money out here for Black women to get businesses, and more resources for them to get businesses than there is for Black males to get businesses. How I know? My daughter is getting a master's degree in mathematics. She had a ton of money that flew her way. I don't know if she could have got that same money if she was a male. Do you understand? Like, I see the economic disparity just in the STEM program alone. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So I would kind of push back on that one, because government agency would give Candid Ann faster money than they would give me, because she's a woman and she's Black.
Well, so see, I would bring that to the table then. Just like us men, we got to bring all of these skills to the table when we're out here hunting or whatever you want to call it. seeking, trying to court a woman, we got to have all of these skills. Oh, I know how to do this. I could change the tire. I could, we got to have all these skills. Why not women? Because my sons they handsome young men growing up, so I will, if I could put a little bid in, why not bring some of those skills to the tables, ladies? Men, why not teach your daughters how to, tap into some of those things? And maybe it's just a conversation, I don't know.
Yeah,
it'd be more interesting.
There's a whole new conversation because I think that women have been doing that. Women have been talking about, I got a PhD, right? Isn't that what we hear? I got a PhD. We have been, and then men, what we're hearing men say they don't care about that. So we can go around and around and around with this conversation. But for me, and I say this in absolute the most respectful way, I would tell women, don't have children with men that you're not married to if you care about wealth. I remember in high school they told me, don't have a child before you graduate, and don't have a child with someone you're not married to if you care about staying out of poverty. I'm not saying that you are impoverished or anything like that. I'm just saying in general, like when we look at people that are impoverished and we're talking about wealth, I remember growing up that was told to me. So my wound is closed to having.
Well, no, I'm just one of those. I commend you on all of that. I'm just one of the guys that young black men that had a kid with a woman, another black woman, and I stuck by her side, and I've been there from day one.
Right, and I commend you for that. I'm just saying in general. I'm talking about you in particular. I'm talking about in general as we're talking about the music.
Well, no, I was just telling you who I am. I was just,
Let me ask you a question. And then I want you to table the conversation because I want you to come back. So I always want you to feel free to come back. My question would be, what is the results? See, I can sit here and philosophize all day long, but I see solutions, and then it got to be actionable. So what I mean by solutions actionable is what can be done what can you do today to start anything for tomorrow's vision? And that's how we have to approach it. So what I mean by that is, what am I doing as a man in my home that people can see the results and then multiply the results of what they see? So I can't run around and say, women do this, men do this, but I'm not the man that's doing any of the things I say men and women should be doing. I'm not calling you on that. I'm just speaking in the general.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I can't run around and say, well, I'm gonna have 3 kids with this one woman. I ain't got no business. I ain't produced no money. I'm not anything that anybody can look, but I got this theory, but the theory ain't being in the practice. It's not actionable. Now, for me, there's certain things I can say. I put in the work. I'm doing action. The results are showing up. And let's use Candid Ant. Candid Ant can sit back and go, okay, I can do what Uncle Stu was saying because I've seen the theory, I've seen the practice, and I see the results. The reason she's able to say what she's able to say is because whether I look at 1980 statistics, 1980 statistics, 1990 statistics, and even today's statistics, all of them say the same thing. Unmarried couples are more likely in poverty than married couples working together economically.
Right, that's exactly.
Yeah.
That's all I was responding to. Yeah.
No, hey, I love statistics. They really good and they motivating.
Right.
But that's gonna make me go harder than to go softer.
Yeah.
Right.
I hear that right there. That's all I need to hear for the day. I'm glad I tapped in.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna make me go harder because I know that the odds are against me even more because I'm not in that space, and the energy, you know, when my kids get home, they had a basketball game now, but when they get home, you know, the love and the energy, you know, when they come through that door, and just, you know, just keep it going. You know, like I said, if I was getting married tomorrow, I'd be happy to say that.
Can I
I'm
say
kind of
something
a
to you?
doer, though. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, maybe this, maybe.
Okay,
I'm just kind of a doer.
right. Can I say something to you?
Yes, sir.
You got $40?
I do.
Guess what? That's all it costs just to go to court and get $40, put it on paper. You know why? Because you're losing more money playing a single role, because you're losing out on tax benefits already. Do you get it?
I mean, I hear all that.
I
hear it.
understand, but I'm showing you the whole thing. I'm not sitting up there saying, come back on the platform in 2 days and say, yo, I got married. No.
Well, that would probably be a question I'd probably ask her. You know, if she just want to run down there, because honestly, I mean, somebody broke all the tax benefits and, you know, everything down, and, you know, it definitely makes sense. You know,
And just get a prenup if you're afraid of losing your money and stuff like that. There's no harm in getting a prenup.
Well, no, I'm not afraid of anything. I didn't really come from like the squeaky clean background. I'm like a guy, you know, I've been up through there. I feel like I had a decent upbringing, but I took some, you know, I've been to the penitentiary before. Like, you know, I got problems like normal people, but my story is going to be great because every day I wake up, you know, I'm working harder and harder toward my goals. And right now, you know, I feel like I'm in a great spot. You know, I've been out 13 years doing my thing, assets, properties, you know, just doing my thing. But I haven't jumped the broom, though. I haven't. But,
I'd
you
say
know,
that woman
let me
stood
say
by you the
this.
whole time. Good for you guys for making
Right.
it through.
And your
Yeah.
past is not who you are.
absolutely not.
So do me a favor. Learn this one language. Stop telling everybody you've been in prison. It ain't none of their business.
Yeah, hey, I'm not afraid of my past, though.
No. Hear what I'm saying. Don't even allow that to come up unless it absolutely has to. And the reason I say that is because when I see you as a free-thinking African-American man who wants to be responsible for himself, for his woman, and for his kids. And my brother, you need to be praised for that. Period.
No, thank you.
Understand? So I'm not condemning you. I'm praising you. And I want to see you successful. I want to see you grow. I want to see you better than I am. I want to see you make more money than me. I want to see you more educated than me. I want your kids to go farther than my kids go. Do you understand? To me,
Yes, sir.
you're my nephew. And as my nephews are strong. They don't allow their past to define their future. Okay, fine. That happened. You made those mistakes. No problem.
Yeah, I'm
You
back.
did it. Done.
You know.
But you're here now. You're not making excuses for what you did in the past. You're looking for solutions to bettering your life right here, right now. And that is the point that needs to be pushed. So I'm glad you came up here. I'm glad we had that conversation.
And thank you for bearing with my questions as well. I thank you.
Hey, I'm a tough cookie too, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen here.
All
I'm
right.
getting ready. We've been I
Yeah,
had
going for a
Candid in
while.
yesterday, and we've been up here for a while. So I think it's gonna be that time. And my brother,
Yes.
like I said, whenever if I'm doing interviews, then you'll know it's an interview. But if after the interview you got a question, email me, IG me. I do respond to those things. I don't have that. I respond. So always reach out. And if it's deeper than what I can answer it, guess what? I'll find somebody that can. You might have something. It's like, I'm gonna do an open platform and let this be the topic of discussion, because if you got those questions or issues, somebody else might have them too.
Yeah, definitely. So I thank you guys. I'm gonna close on now because I know you're wrapping things up. I thank you guys for bearing with my questions and allowing me to be on your platform. This has been a great conversation, And thank you, Uncle Stu, once again for doing what you do. I appreciate you. I really, really
I thank
appreciate you.
you. I thank you. All right.
All right.
This is Uncle Stu, the old man on the block. Like, comment, share, and definitely subscribe. Emancipate your mind. Peace.